Hi, I'm Ethan Grigolt, driver of the Evolution Racing team and the Logitech G Racing Hyundai XL. Before I got into real racing, sim racing pretty much taught me everything I know when it comes to racing lines on the track, car control, racecraft around other cars, just everything to do with racing I learned on sim racing first. When I jumped into the real car, it was a bit of a wake-up call. There's a lot more sensations in a real car than you get in the sim, but once you get past that, pretty much a lot of the techniques are exactly the same, and if you're good in the sim and you're not afraid too much in the real world, you should be able to translate it easily.
When I'm driving an F1 car, steering wheel feedback is one of the most important things. It helps me decide when to brake and how hard. It's how I feel the surface of the road. Every bump in the terrain, every wheel slip. If my tyres are starting to lose grip, I can sense that immediately. When I'm driving in a sim, I need that same tactility, that level of detail I have in a real car.
Racing games have come a long way in the last 20 years. Nothing's really changed in how we approach force feedback in all that time. Cutting-edge sims are now so realistic, drivers across all disciplines are using them for training. Our main goal when designing True Force was to improve the number of sensations that you actually feel, to put you better in contact with the car that you're driving so that you can improve your performance and that enjoyment of driving on a track. The physical feedback needs to be more immediate or accurate, or a player loses immersion or control.
Game developers are still having to recreate their force feedback from a set library of effects instead of deriving it from real-time modelling.
True Force is special because it levels the playing field for PC and console gamers. You're now getting the extra level of precision and detail that you need, regardless of which platform is your choice. This is not just iteration, it's total evolution. True Force force feedback works differently. It hooks directly into the physics engine of the game. Games already calculate the forces on the tyres and the steering wheel. The True Force algorithm is able to process this data at up to 4,000 times a second. It will even use the game's audio engine and pass it directly on to the driver.
We spend a lot of time as audio designers trying to make each car sound unique and as realistic as we possibly can. Being able to integrate the audio into the force feedback is something that we've wanted to do for a long time, and True Force enables us to do that. And the ability to send the audio to the wheel, to have it respond and vibrate with the loss of traction, really increases my ability to give that immersion to the player.
You can sense the changing surface of the road. You'll be able to feel if the back end of the car is losing grip.
The first time we had it running in the build, you could feel the wheel humming and vibrating as we revved the engine. Our immediate reaction was it really adds another level of immersion.
The first thing you're going to feel with a True Force wheel is the engine note. The minute the engine starts in the game, you will know exactly which car you are driving. True Force is the beginning of something new. This is now the foundation for all wheels that we'll produce in the future. This extra level of information gives everyone all the information they need to learn how to control their car better. True Force benefits any racing fan looking for a more realistic driving experience.
Because winning is all about feeling.
time has come. It is Enduro season for the Logitech G Supercars Pro Invitational, and what a way to kick it off. The traditional start to what is none other than the biggest race of the year after this one. But we start here, Melbourne, for what is 3.15 kilometers of traditional racetrack. Fast flowing straights, tight corners, tight complexes for a V8 Supercar. And these guys are going to put it all on the line before we enter the big one in a couple of weeks' time. I am Jake Blackall. Joining me in the commentary booth is Stephen Sandman Clark, and we are here for none other than the Sandown 500 here with Luke all on in the booth doing all he does with the camera work. And Sandman, what a way to kick it off here. None other than Sandown for the 500 kilometre race, 161 laps here at what is a beautiful racetrack.
Good evening, Jake. Good evening, everyone, wherever you're watching around Australia, or even, matter of fact, around the world. Here we are at Sandown International Raceway. This, for me, is the way endurance racing should be. It's a tradition, isn't it? The Sandown 500, then the Bathurst 1000. We've got it here for the Logitech G's Supercars Pro Invitational, and the cars are heading on track, and man, I'm pumped for this one.
This one's going to be good. Qualifying just kicked off underway here for round number 7 of the championship. A lot to play for. It's all on the line. This is a championship race, and as we go there, we'll look at those points as we head in, as these guys get up on their warm-up lap. No better way to see where we're at. So obviously up near the top, it is Synergy Sim Racing, which will be, at the moment, Jared Filsell out in top. Obviously that is the team names that they're all running under for tonight. So 1,062 points is Jared Filsell. Behind him is none other than Ethan Warren. So he's got a fair bit of a chunk to try and close in, and he's able to do that, Sandman, here tonight, if something happens to that Synergy Sim Racing Boost Mobile Commodore.
Yeah, mate, absolutely. Regardless of what the points say, you can pretty much just put them aside for the next, for the next few hours for tonight, and then of course for Bathurst, because it's such a game changer regardless of how the races work. You know, things can be won and lost in these big endurance races, and it can be also at the fault of someone else and entirely out of your hands. So really, it's just a bit of a guide to tell us how the championship has unfolded so far. But man, it's going to be crucial just to survive these next 2 rounds if you want to be a force to be reckoned with as far as championship-wise at the end of the season.
100%. You've got to make sure you get through the Enduro season, and like you said, no better way to kick it off here. Sandown 500, the traditional home of the 500-mile race leading up to the big one in a couple of weeks' time. I can't wait for that. We've got some new names, obviously. Everyone's got their co-driver, and you can't choose someone that's in the series already. And I think that's been a big talking point leading up to this race, Sandman. Everyone's got different drivers that are obviously new to the series, people that we have heard of before and others that we haven't. And a little bit of a wild card in there today, as we do have Anton De Pasquale and Brad Newman. They are out there on the track as well, and they're actually in their retro livery that they're going to show off at Bathurst. So that's going to be a cool one to look for tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. When I heard that they were joining the race tonight, and then when I saw the livery, I was like, you beauty. I was already looking forward to seeing this racing at the mountain in the real life, but to have it here in the series tonight, it's pretty cool as we search for him on track. There he is, Anton De Pasquale, as he comes out of the final turn, and look at that beautiful retro colours with the Shell V-Power, but the old Shell Helix colours, and it's nice to see it in the series.
As he puts his first provisional lap down, P number 6 at the moment, the first time's coming in around Sandown, and what a racetrack to have. The addition of this circuit to the iRacing surface, and as we say that, I think that's Dane Warren to the top, able to get a good position in and get up as he, that's Anton down the inside of Ellis, trying to make a move as he does so on a Q lap.
Yeah, Ellis had a massive moment there on exit and had a big tail snap, so lucky that didn't get any uglier than what it was. And here we are, our championship leader with Dane Warren, who's taken the seat at the moment, but with Jared Filsell. And man, we talked about this, the lineup of the drivers when we said we found out this driver pairing. It's going to be a pretty strong pairing for tonight.
I think it will be. This is going to be a force to be reckoned with tonight. This 94 Boost Mobile SSR Commodore, that's going to be fast. Dane Warren, we all know how competitive he is every time he gets in a supercar. He always
the time sheets.
Yeah, and look at the timesheets. Sitting there, first lap in, straight to the top, and he knows what he can do in that car. Obviously, just over his brother, Ethan, who is currently in the championship as well. Brody Kostecki currently 3rd. So the first lap's all done. Remember, no escape rule in this championship, so they have to drive it back to the pits, put a fresh set of boots on and go again.
Oh dear, Talk about fresh boots. Have a look at those boots on that Boost Mobile Commodore. That'll help you determine the difference between the two Boost Mobile cars. But nevertheless, and they all hit back to pit lane. They're all putting on a new set of tyres and they fire out as quick as they get in because it's basically one lap dash out. Use your best lap up and then head back and put a new set of boots on. That's exactly what everyone's doing at the moment.
That's exactly right. One of those things you got to do. And another retro livery that we've got, the 99 Mobile One Holden Racing Team Commodore, but this time it's a Premier Racing Team Commodore. It's a PRT. It's close enough to HRT. And what a time that livery bring that one back out for the retro. And we saw that one get retro here as well when they had the retro around a couple of years ago by Walkinshaw and Dready United. So cool to see a couple of throwback liveries out there. And well, let's see what's going to be Bathurst next week. I think we could see, or next week, couple of weeks, we could have a couple more on the grid.
Yeah, well done to those guys. That really looks the business. Like we were talking off air before we came on, and I said that for me is the ultimate HRT paint scheme, obviously with the red and the blue. But the guys have mixed it up for their team, and mate, it's a huge shout out to them. They've done a great job. It really looks the business. So well done, boys.
Yeah, they've done a really good job. You could take that one as your one. I definitely have to say the Golden Child, that 02 Holden Racing Team Commodore was my favourite, but I think that's just got a special touch in my heart with Scafey. So none other than that. But is that off the road? That's Warren, just off the road. Gone off a little bit of playing the kid a little bit. I think we're going to see that a lot tonight, Sam. And that corner is so difficult. We see it in real life as well. It's very difficult as these guys are all trying to piggyback to get a tow. It's crucial here. There's two massive long straights, and as we say
there's someone on the roof. They're over.
That's big.
We were talking. Well, it looks like everyone was just trying to shuffle for a bit of position, and they didn't check up in time. That was a huge concertina. Someone rolled, so that's really going to play a part. Of course, there's no hard resets here, so we can't see. Oh no, that car's still on its lid too. So that could be qualifying over. I don't know who it is at the moment, but man, that was unreal.
143.
It was one of the Synergy, I think it was Jordan Ross, he's requesting a tow, so one of the Synergy Mustangs who we expect to be inside that top 10, they're going to have a lot of work to do. There he is right now, they haven't got a time either.
No further part in qualifying.
And he is, that's going to be Dave Dunn. That was a big impact. And that's what happens, playing that silly game of I want to tow, no you, I want to tow off you, and it just causes mayhem, especially with other people behind. And we'll have to say, that's one of the Synergy Commodore Mustangs, having a bit of a side as we bring up a replay. And that's just Jordan Ross playing in the dirt.
Yeah, well, we're going to rewind it because you'll see the checkup. It was a bit of a concertina because everyone, like you said, we were just talking about how Warren was off in through the dirt. I think everyone was just trying to check up. But look at him. He's actually on a lap. And then these cars have weaved and banged. So the stewards will look at that. We see that sometimes in the real world. It's not on. When these guys are on a hot lap, people should be checking their mirrors. So, mate, devastating for them. That's their quali session over. So, yeah, that's a tough one. The stewards have already got their work cut out for them.
It's going to be a hard one to pick as well. We had a similar issue in the Supercar E Series where people were slowing down so much that it was causing that bit of an issue. And it's one of those things. Who do you put the penalty on? There's so many cars in that situation. Obviously, you penalise the car that he hit, but there's so many other cars that were in the way as well. It's one of those things that's going to be hard to digest. But coming through, a couple of these guys on their second lap, not improving, coming back into the pit lane, press set of boots and go again. I think that's going to be the case here. You only get one fast lap here. You're not going to get a second one. The tyres just drop off a cliff here too quickly on that. Not drop off a cliff, but they do. They have that initial bite, then they will slowly taper off until they get into that point of just sitting in that one zone, and they'll slowly taper off from there and then fall off a cliff. And I think that's what these guys know about. So they've done a lot of laps. They'll know one lap and done and see what they can do.
Absolutely. You know how qualifying, how close it is. These times that we've seen all throughout the season. So it's you will take, if you've got a chance of putting on a couple of % better tyres, you'll take it because that will obviously benefit you just in how close they are. So no doubt it's something we see most weeks where it's sort of run out, do your hot lap, go back in, put on a new set of boots. So hopefully these guys now will just be a little bit more cautious on their outlaps and not check up too much in those last couple of corners because we don't want to see any more incidents like that.
No, definitely don't want to see that again, and hopefully these guys can sort themselves out. Josh Anderson moving his way through the pack, trying to get in front so he can be with his TTR teammates, and that's not anything new. We see a lot trying to people just move around, get into position out in front. Freddie Kostecki going to be going along to start his next flying lap. And let's ride on board with Brady into turn number 1. It's a hard braking zone. You got to get them stopped. Make sure you clip the apex. You don't want to run off that curb. As soon as you run off wide off that curb, it just sort of brings the car out. 2 big curves here. Didn't realise how big they were until you actually got it in the sim and were driving it. And perfect loop brings up the visor cam down this long back straight. And this is the part where the main overtaking spots, you get set to go up Dandy Long Road, but you've got to get it set up here. You got 6, 7, and 8 before you, up over the rise. You've got to make sure you get the car stopped. Easy, use all the road. Move the car around wide, use all the curb on the right.
Oh,
now he's got traffic, a lot of traffic on this Q lap. Clip the curb on the inside, use all the exit curb like a berm of a motocross bike. Now he's got all this traffic to deal with. Last 2 corners coming up, 11 and 12, and then there is technically turn 13. He got a little bit loose on the first curb and he caught the traffic at the worst point, and he's going to power. Bring it in, he knew that lap was done. Reset and go again.
Man, you can see just in that braking zone how much that car moved around, but he felt jeopardised. He made a couple of little mistakes and then got walked in traffic. So the walk wasn't too bad, but I think he already realised that his lap had got away from him. So yeah, reset, go again.
Yeah, if you know your lap's gone, you're not going to worry about doing it. Oh, it's Maloney off the road, turn number 9, and again, we're going to see that quite a bit tonight. That is such a hard braking zone to get right. And I think, especially in qualifying, you're pushing so hard for that extra 10th. And an extra 10th in this quali session can put you up 10 spots, 5 spots at easily.
I'm just looking at the picture of Jack Maloney. That's, anyway, I'll concentrate and I'll regather now. But yeah, the beauty of where he went off is that he's done exactly what he'll go straight into the pit lane and start again. So he didn't hit anything, so that's the main thing.
It's one of those things where you run offload and you make sure you don't hit anything, bring it back in the pit lane, make sure you have a clean car. Brady Myers, is he going to come across the line and finish this up? Looks like he is too, and he's staying to the left, so it must be a pretty decent lap. Is it going to improve? No improvement. Stays in P number 4. So that's a good job for Brady at the moment, sitting in P number 4. He's going to be looking to have a good set of races. He's got Emily Jones, so obviously we know how good Emily Jones is in this car. She does a good job. Hopefully she can improve, and Ethan Warren will be looking to have a really good strong outing as well. We know he can be fast. We know he's got the talent to be able to do it, and he's got Michael Healy alongside him. So I think that's another strong pairing that could be looking at a really good result today.
It's a little bit misleading sometimes. You think they're going to push on for another lap, but they're all just firing back as quick as they can to get back to pit lane. So, and that's going to be an issue actually. You know, we think about that during the actual Sandown 500 in days gone by, and every time we race here, is that it's one of those points where the pit entry is right on the racing lines. You can see where those cars are out there. So if these guys check up, you know, and someone's not paying attention, that could certainly make things interesting, as we've seen, you know, in the real world. So something that they'll be mindful of. But here we are. What are we? 12.5 minutes now of this 20-minute session. So, you know, the times are sort of there or thereabouts. I don't know if we're going to see some big moves and shakers. Is anyone that's sort of missing out of the top 10 that we think?
Jake Burton right now, 24th, and he's got a lot of damage on the left-hand side of that VRS Commodore. So he's had a little bit of a tangle with someone, or maybe hit the fence. You can definitely do that here. And as he moves up to P number 19. So still not inside that top 10. So Burton, a lot of work to do for him to try and make sure he can get himself up inside that pointy end. We know he can be there, we know he's fast, but just not there at the moment.
Yeah, I think the beauty that you can take away from tonight and for next week is that, you know, qualifying's great, but it's not all that important because it's such a long race. We're talking 161 laps, you know, if you can just put down a banker and, you know, work your way through the field. Obviously makes things easier when you start at the pointy end, but it's not all doom and gloom when it's a long race like this.
No, exactly. There's going to be safety cars. I think we can all say that. There will be at least 1 or 2 safety cars in this race at some point, and they're not mandatory. Well, I just reckon there will be a safety car. Here at Sandown, it's the first time I think anyone's done a proper enduro here. I don't think I've seen anyone do. There's been a couple of when the circuit came out, but a proper series enduro like this. This is going to be big for these guys. And we have the 40 of the best supercar drivers, along with 40 of the guys that have come to join them to play in the game, to put on what they can show they want to be in the series next year. This is a place to show it.
Absolutely, and I'm not shying away from the safety car. We were into a rollover in qualifying.
Yeah, that's true.
I think come race time, who knows what we're going to be in for.
That's right, they don't have to change brake pads or anything in the stock, so we're not going to have anyone run off turn 1 down the end of the road and end up hitting it down there. And as I thought, was that Hobbo? I think Hobbo nearly hit.
I thought he was going to drill the fence for sure.
Down moved up to P number 4 as we saw Hobbo nearly ladder into the fence. So Down's made his way up into the top 5. Pasquale moves himself up into P number 9. That's a good position for him to start. And the Shell Helix Ford Mustang. As we look to Shell V-Power. That livery, now I've got Helix in my head. I'm going to say Shell Helix all night, but we'll get there. Shell V-Power Mustang up there, and Shepherd at the moment done a good job as well for himself in P6.
In the course, going to see what we might be able to get away with this. Anton just moving out of the way. Didn't want to get a sneaky draft, but I think that lap was over with as far as, they'll probably dart back to the pit lane and put on new tyres anyway, so... But yeah, love the livery. It's good that there's been a couple of tweaks to some of these liveries for I guess what we've in the past we've called it retro round and stuff like that. But it's good, nice little mix and change up. It keeps us commentators on our toes because we're obviously going to make the odd mistake here or there. But I don't think you got that wrong, mate. It is technically Shell Helix, but it is Shell V-Power.
It's close enough. It's one or the other. It's same. I'm just trying to get back to when it was Shell Helix. I'm staying with the theme of things. It's going to be one of those nights we're going to remember all the new liveries. There's a couple out there, but still, and then so many other drivers on another 40 names I'm going to try and pronounce. I think we're going to be in for one of them. At least some of them we know before, so that's all right. We'll get used to it. But
mate, I'm very partial to that paint scheme because I was lucky enough to work on a NASCAR team back in the old days in the 90s at the Calder Park Thunderdome, and we were sponsored by the good folks at Shell Helix. As we step away from that, car 151 doesn't look like any damage. So that's a plus, regardless of if you have an incident there. All the panels are straight, so might have been just a quick outbreak, got a little bit wide, got off into the grass, but thankfully didn't touch the wall.
Yeah, it looked like he got away with that one, so he's going to continue on and coming across the stripe right now. Kuznetsov, no improvement for him. Dane Warren had an improvement, but he's actually died. No, he hasn't. He can stay out, and that's going to be improvement again to 2/10 now. He has out in front of the field. So good job from Dane Warren, and that's he was really out. The rear end stepped out, a little bit harder than the brakes to bail it out, but the lap was already done. He already needed to do the lap before, so that was that one done. Not long left though, Sandman. Just over 3 minutes left in the session, and it looks like a Warren 1-2 at the moment, even though they're in co-drivers. Well, one's a co-driver, one's a main.
Absolutely, yeah. But yeah, it's almost at that dying stage, whereas if you're on your tyres, you're going to go now, or you have to be in pit lane right now and almost making your way out to start your lap because 3 minutes now isn't too much time to say that. You can see the cars firing in to get another shot. Again, traffic, this is going to keep everyone on their toes. Geez, I tell you what, even though you see people move out of your way, it still is a distraction. I know, the couple of little races that I've done here, there, I'm no great driver, but it still distracts you, even though you know that those drivers are getting out of your way. So never ideal, but at least there are, keeping an eye on the mirrors.
That's right, 100% agree with that. As soon as you see someone move off the line, you think, okay, they're moving off the line. Have they made a mistake? Are they going to come back on the track here? What are they doing? And you really just lose focus for that split second of where you're concentrating on. So that does throw you out, but it's one of those things I think everyone's learning to deal with. A couple of cars setting green. Just Rosella moved himself up into P number 6. Good position from Luke Rosella to start this race for Synergy Sim Racing. That's a good job from him. So a couple of guys getting ready to set up their last run, before we head into the race. 54 laps is the minimum the drivers have to complete the race. 65 laps maximum for any driver as a continuous stint. So the max stint, we're going to see 65 laps. I think the safety car is going to play into that right now as you guys get ready for the last laps.
Absolutely, and that's one of the things that I absolutely love about endurance racing is that you can roll out the strategy. You can sort of roll the dice as far as whether you want one driver to do more laps or less, and at different stages of the race. I really love that, and I love how that's going to play a part.
Yeah, it's going to be a massive part, I think, in terms of who does what in the safety car. We'll throw another spanner in when someone's halfway through a stint and goes, well, that didn't work for my strategy. We're going to go again and see what we can do from here. But Gilliam now, as we see him coming around the last corner, that's going to be in the pit lane. That's going to be done as Burton out wide. That's the fence.
Ooh.
Yep, just kiss the front of the VRS Commodore into the fence, and that's going to be a
And that's session
reverse
over
out.
too.
Go again.
now.
Yeah, it's session over.
Time.
Yeah, so that's going to be done. He's got to wait to let everyone through, try and get into a gap, which will be actually hard to find because there's so many cars. 45 down the track, and it is only a 1 minute track, or 1 minute 6 seconds, give or take. So you got to just trying to find his fate. He can't get going again.
Well, he won't be in a hurry to rejoin, although it's
No.
doing his best job because he knows his session's over. He just doesn't
Yeah.
want to ruin anyone else's lap. So
Oh, there's another
Yeah.
car.
yeah, just trying to see who that is.
Yeah. That's Hayne. Did one of the Haynes off in the gravel or in the dirt. That's an easy place to actually lose it right there off that curve off of turn 9. Through,
Good
he
damage
hit
too.
the fence, so that would have been a hard lick into the front fence. But at the moment, everyone coming across to finish their laps. 5 seconds left in the session at the moment. Jared Philsell, Dane Warren are currently provisional pole for round 7 for the Sandown 500. And I think we'll see a couple of improvements maybe further down the field, but at the moment, looks like everyone is sort of going to stay stagnant.
Yeah, just doesn't look like there's too much more lighting up the timesheets, but we watch Shepard just come out of this last corner. Pit lane.
So yeah, I don't think we got anyone improving, especially up near the top at the moment. We'll see what these guys want to do. Forza and El Navi. Been a long time since we've seen that name for a little bit. Forza back in a supercar, currently in the 6th spot, down into turn number 6. He goes, make sure that he gets that car stopped and uses all the curve. It doesn't look like he's on a push that though.
I think a lot of these are heading back to pit lane. If you look at the time frame, they would have already probably crossed the line by there. So that may have wrapped things up. Although it could be famous last words, as I say. But it looks like Jared Philsell will be starting from P1.
Oh, will it be Dane Warren? Who did they chuck in the car first?
Well,
That's
yeah,
another
there's a
thing.
point.
Who do they put in that car first? Because they're both fast. We know that. And a lot of these guys now that are coming out, that have just come out, I think Forzen was one of them, just get a little bit of an eye-in before the race starts. Obviously, if someone's done the whole session in the car, you're sitting there for 20 minutes out the car. Maybe just a little bit of an eye-in just to get you ready for the race.
So Warren to Warren front row. Do we expect that?
I don't know. It's hard. Philsell and Warren, I think you can chuck either in the car and obviously get away. And I think the same can be said for Ethan Warren and Michael Healy. As we look at those results from that qualifying session, 20 minutes run and done, and it is Jared Philsell on pole position with Dane Warren obviously setting the lap time. Ethan Warren will be lining up in second alongside him, with Brody Kosecki was the third, with fourth Madison Down, Brady Myers in fifth with four Zanel Navi, Corey Shepard, Jamie Stovall, Andrew Gilliam and Antoine Di Pasquale rounding out those top 10 teams inside that top 10. And none other than the grid walk will be getting underway here, and we'll grab some drivers to talk to as we head down, getting ready for what is going to be a crazy race here, I think, Sam. And I don't think we're going to have any. I think we're going to have a lot of carnage in the sense of there's going to be a lot going on, but it's going to be hard to sort of figure out who do we pick in terms of who's going to be out near that front.
Yeah, and the beauty is, like, we've got so many different drivers in this series that are taking part today that aren't regulars. So, and that's the curveball that we like, you know, because there's names here that we're familiar with, but I haven't raced in this series. So this nice mix, depending on who's going to run their driver pairings and when, I really think it's going to be something pretty special. And I love that it's going to keep us all on our toes till laps 161.
Yeah, definitely think it will be, and we'll get started with our pole sitter, and we'll actually bring in Dane Warren, the pole sitter, the man that put the lap together. Dane, long race ahead of you, but no better way to start from pole. Tell us about quali.
Well, I mean, looking at the time sheets, I don't think I can get much better than that. Even though I was just looking at the lap, and it was actually quite scrappy in my end, so I think it's quite a good thing for the SSR Boost Mobile machine. So yeah, I mean, it's a long race, like you said. Anything can happen around this place, so yeah, we'll just take it as it comes and see how we go.
How is your strategy going to play out? I think that's one of the things me and Sam were just talking about. Obviously, you're fast, Philsell's fast. Is it just going to be wait safety car, play out how it goes, and see who's in the car at what times in that sense, because obviously you both can pull out a lap time.
Yeah, well, that's sort of the big advantage of being paired with someone like Jared.
Yeah.
I mean, there's barely anything between us lap time wise, so we can pretty much have anyone in the car throughout the race and, dare I say, not lose any time to the cars around us. So, yeah, especially considering the maximum lap rules, I think we got it. I'm not going to say easy, but it's definitely in our favour.
But definitely going to be one of the favourites, I think, from both me and Sandman's point of view. So good luck in the race, and hopefully you and Jared can have a strong start to the race.
Yep, I hope so. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. And that was none other than Dane Warren starting from pole, and we'll bring in his brother, going to be starting on the outside of the front row. Mr. Sandman, you're going to be with Ethan Warren.
Ethan, well done. A front row start with your brother. Did you see that coming into tonight?
Thanks, guys. Yeah, it's pretty cool to look at the front row with him. So, yeah, pretty happy with that. Didn't feel too confident in the qual set. Just didn't have the overall pace. So, happy to come away with P2 in the end. But hopefully we can, keep with them in the race.
Have you got a sort of a plan or a strategy as far as how you want this race to play out, or are you going to give it sort of 10, 20, 30 odd laps to sort of start thinking about it then, because so much can change in these opening laps?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I won't really think about it too much, just get into the race and see how it goes.
And no love lost for the brother?
No, well, if it comes to it, we'll have a bit of fun. So if it moves on, might as well go for it, you know.
Well, all the best, mate. Awesome to see you up front row start in such a long race, but you got your work cut out for you. I'm a little bit jealous, to be quite honest. These races, and especially around here, are so much fun. But all the best through the race, mate, and hopefully we'll talk to you at the end of the night.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Should be a bit of fun.
There you have it, Ethan Warren. Now, Jake, gone a little bit further down the pack there.
That I am. I'm going to be a little bit further down the field, and I'm going to be with Robert Gibbs, who's going to be starting, I believe, the number 21 Evolution Racing Team Commodore with Marcelo Rivera. Marcelo didn't really get the lap together I think he would have wanted, starting a little bit further down. How does that change your start here, Robert?
Yeah, look, I was going to be careful regardless of where we started, but it just means now that we are a bit further back, I thought I've got to take it easy and make sure get the car back to Marcelo in one piece. Really, that's the main goal.
Does it change the strategy a little bit in terms of obviously when you're going to pit? Because obviously you're starting in the car. Is it just get yourself to the maximum window and bring it in for Marcelo? Or the minimum, I should say.
Yeah, I think that's the strategy, at least off the bat. But, you know, it's like anything can happen with these long races. So we'll see where we end up. But yeah, I would think that my job would be to get to my minimum laps and jump out.
That we know, it all changes in a heartbeat here. It's all going to be one of those things. And how does Marcelo feel? Obviously, he did. I believe he was in the Q session. I did see him out there. How did he feel in quali? Was it just the car not with him, or was it just traffic?
It was just traffic. He was on for a few good laps that would have put us comfortably in the 10, but just either made a little mistake or got balked or whatever. But no, pretty confident in general on pace. Just got to put it all together.
That's right. I think you've got a lot of laps to do it. 161 laps ahead of you. Good luck to yourself, Marcelo Rivera, and hopefully you guys can get inside that top 10 near the end.
Thank you very much. Good, sir.
Thank you. That was Robert Gibbs starting down in 24th position, passing Marcelo Rivera, and we're going to go on to Sam, and you're with Todd Hayne down in 31st.
Todd, my favourite number, mate, number 31, but it's probably not ideal. Everyone wants P1 in qualifying. There's only one driver or one team that's going to get it. How do you look forward now? How are the nerves when you sit back here on the grid waiting for the start of the good race?
Yeah, pretty nervous back here, but it's not too bad. We can avoid some of the carnage that I think is going to happen on lap one. Pretty tight track, so could be a bit of a disaster, but hopefully we just miss out on it all and pick up some spots and make up for qualifying.
Now, obviously, like I said, you know, everyone wants P1. Are you happy with it, or are you sort of just taking it by ear? Because we spoke in the broadcast in quali that, you know, as much as qualifying is important, these longer races, it doesn't really play a huge factor because you've got so much time to get towards the front.
Yeah, it definitely helps to still qualify up the front, because by the time you start in 31st, you're already pretty well 31 seconds off the lead. So it's a bit tricky to get back up there, but anyway, see how we go.
And now, I guess you're just playing it by ear. You said you were cautious about possibly the start and any carnage. Hopefully, is that sort of playing on your mind as far as maybe some carnage at the start of this?
Oh yeah, definitely. We'll be looking out for it, especially through turns 2, 3, 4 there for the first lap. I think it's going to be a bit nasty, but hopefully we'll all get through and have a good race.
All right, we'll let you prepare. Thanks, Todd. All the best for the race, and hopefully we're talking to you at the end of the night.
Cheers, lads.
There you have it. Todd back in 31st position, but lucky enough to be on the grid for the Sandown 500. 161 laps around this great racetrack. For me, it's the ultimate endurance when you do Sandown and Bathurst together. And here we are. We have it here for the Logitech G Supercars Pro Invitational.
That we do, and that it is the main kickoff before we get to the Bathurst 1000 in a couple of weeks' time. The Sandown 500. And not better way to kick it off. Round 7 of the Logitech G Supercar Pro Invitational. Let's go through that grid, that starting order. With the 2 Warren cars out in front, Jared Filsell will be starting it with Ethan Warren alongside Brody Kostecki and Aaron Borg is row number 2, with Emily Jones and Filsell and El Navi row 3. Melody, Jamie Stovall, Job Stewart and Brad Newman rounding out the top 10, with Josh Muggleton and Gianni Lutzu in P number 12. As we look further down the field, Jordan Shiveris there in 13th, with Wade Burke, Ross Rizzo, Damian Johnston, Brian Borg, Jamie McKnight, Damon Woods and Josh Thomas rounding out the top 20. The rest of the field on your screen. We heard from Robert Gibbs down in 24th, as well as Todd Hayne down in 31st with Ben Smith alongside him. That's not where he would have wanted to be, but let's go. 161 laps, Sam, man. This beautiful racetrack. I don't know where we're going to start with this one, but this is going to be a lot to unpack.
Yeah, really looking forward to it. No doubt everyone is on the grid. Such an iconic racetrack. Fingers crossed it sticks around for a little while longer, but we don't know the future of this racetrack. But lucky enough to now to have it in the iRacing service.
That it is, and obviously now that we have this, before we knew anything was going to happen with this racetrack, we have it now forever in the iRacing service. And another thing we have as well coming, which is one thing I think we can touch on a little bit later while we're going, is Pukekohe. It's coming. It's going to be here. So we can live on and drive that racetrack, and that racetrack on the service will be amazing. But Sam, man, final words before we get the race start. You can't even put your money on anyone, because I don't think I can either.
Yeah, I said Filsell coming into this, but mate, 161 laps, anything can change. But I don't know. I'll say Filsell.
You're going to say Filsell. I'm going to go Ethan Warren in there. I'm going to go alongside you. I'm going to go the other Honda car. Let's see what they can do in that TTR Commodore. How many safety cars are we going to get? I guess yes. That is what is going to be the case. There will be a safety car at some point. 10 seconds left before these guys will get the red lights and get ready to go. So what is 161 laps? The Sandown 500, round 7 of the Logitech G Supercars Pro Invitational. It's the Warren brothers cars on the front row. Filsell and Ethan Warren out in front. Who's going to get the run into turn 1? Well, it's a long hold on the grid, but they've got underway. And it's a good jump from Ethan. I think he's got the jump and got the job done. He's going to dive it down the inside into turn 1 and take the position. Oh, that's one of the SSR cars in the background. I think that was on Navi. Oh, there's Carnage in the back. There's a lot of them around.
Oh, I think we were lucky enough. There wasn't too much panel damage as such, but a lot of cars got rounded. Their races just got much more difficult. That's why you don't want lap 1 of 161 laps, and there's already cars backwards.
I was about to say, that's 161 lap, guys. We've got 161 to go. We didn't even make it to turn 1. And look at these two out in front. Warren giving the hustle to Filsell down into turn number 6. Getting the job done down to Dandenong Road, and Brody Kostecki right there. Easy to differentiate the two boost cars, one with pink wheels, one with white.
Yeah, these guys, I think they'll just be smart and they'll just go nose to
one off the road. Sorry, that's Borg. That's Madison Down and Aaron Borg, so that's Borg. Oh, he got shut down 3 wide. Boys, slap 1 there, girls. I can see that. Oh, Borg's trying to hold on to this position. He's going to get mugged here from Burke on the exit, and that's going to be job done for him, moving up another position to P number 10. But what a chaotic first lap of 161.
Yeah, I think what these top 4, top 5 cars, they just need to be single file for a little bit and just make sure that they just put a bit of a gap on the field. They can see that there's a little bit of wild action, and it's happened from the drop of the green flag. So you can see Di Pasquale there back. He probably didn't get the start that he liked. We'll say Newman on board, I should say, at the moment. But yeah, These guys just need to get into a rhythm. I mean, we hear it and we say it all the time with these long races. Just hit your marks, just eyes forward, think about that first pit stop, and don't try not to do anything silly.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the case from here on out. Everyone's going to be trying to now just settle into a rhythm, get into a position. There's no need to go too wide down the Dandenong Road this early on, but we're going to try it. It's two teammates, so they might make it through cleanly. If they don't make contact, Brendan's going to be having a corridor watching his two ERT Commodores go side by side down the hill. Are they going to sort themselves out again? Oh, Postlewaite was having a look. He thought about trying to unsettle the two of them, but he doesn't. And they're all going to maybe settle down a little bit. Out in front, though, Phil Self got a couple of car legs.
Yeah, good start. Jared's just eyes forward, and like I said, that's what they need to do. They're just starting to gap a little bit, but that doesn't matter. It's all going to be swings and roundabouts for the first, 30, 40, 50, 60 laps or something, because, they're going to be different drivers in the seats. They're all going to be at different points of the race, so, don't worry about where you're at. Sometimes people, it's so easy to get frustrated with the start. You end up backwards, but like we said, the chances of getting a safety car are pretty high. We don't know when it's going to happen, who knows, but, we've already seen some drama, and what you just need to do is just make sure you minimise those mistakes. And of course, the mistakes are never always in your hands. They can be you could just be an innocent bystander, unfortunately. So these guys the guys and girls just need to be eyes forward and get into a rhythm.
That's right. There's a couple of guys that have already lost positions down further through the field. Looking Todd Hayden gets that move done up into 23rd. Got some damage to the right-hand side of that Commodore, but made up some spots from 31st. I think also a little bit of lap one time, which may have helped him be able to move up a couple of positions from that starting spot. Scott Ben Smith right behind him now as they're in this bit of a train, and I think that's what's going to happen, a bit of draft trains until people sort of get figured out into their right positions. As we look a bit further ahead, Bradley Vaughan pushing Jamie McKnight in front of him. Oh no, it's not. It was actually a bowler pushing Vaughan. Now Jamie McKnight's in front, got to cover the position off. Whoa, Vaughan had a look. He definitely thought about a move. Will he try and set up the exit to get a run down into turn 9? That's the way he's done it. He has done. He's tried to set himself up on the straight. Let's see what he can do. Not close enough though, I don't think, down to get a run this time by.
Actually, I'm interested with the shot just to see how much of that toe, obviously it does play a part here. It's right on board. You can see it's just staying with him. They got pretty even there, a little bit under brakes, but ideally you do want that toe if you can get it. But man, look at how much ground he makes up under brakes. That was cool to watch.
He's got a good strong brake. Oh, yeah, I think that was Todd Hayden. We just said he had a really good race start. Now he's just lost a bunch of positions down at turn 9 it was. He's going to go all the way back to where he started. What a shame. For Todd Hayden made up all that ground. Now he's going to do it all over again. But that happens. Long race, eyes forward, and hopefully he can get those spots back.
So easy to do. When we were riding on board, one of the cars making an early pit stop, but I saw him just run a little bit deep, probably locked a brake, and then once you pinch that brake, you're just a passenger. So and what he did is just minimalised how bad that could have been. He stayed off the wall, and now he's just eyes forward. So frustrating, disappointed, but nevertheless, he's still in it.
Yeah, still in a long way to go. You can gain those ones back. As Ethan Warren now under pressure from Brody Kostecki. Philselt's gone. 1.5 seconds out in front. He's trying to gap them. Obviously, there's a long way to go. We keep saying that. We will say that most probably till we get near the end. But Ethan Warren just needs to get that up a little bit. At the moment, just got a little bit of pressure from Brody Kostecki. And I think as well, if he can just try and hold him off, he could be in a good position, but doesn't need to worry about it too much either, Sam. And if he lets him by, and just sits in, maybe saves a little bit of fuel in behind him.
Well, that's right, and because we spoke about the distance that these guys, you can see, looks like Kostecki is going to make a move up the inside. Yep, just move over, let him go. Who cares about it? You got to make those pit stops, and they may be thinking about a fuel number that they want to meet. Who knows? Like some people will look at this race and they'll say, right, they want to pit on X, Y, and Z. But some people may want to stretch fuel and play with it, depending on what position they are on the racetrack, and change things a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. And Brody moves up, takes that second position away, and Ethan will most probably sit behind and see what he can do for the rest of this game of Woods. As we saw, flash up on our screen, has got a drive-through penalty for lap 1 contact. So he's got a long way to go now to try and gain that one back. And that is, it was the old Van Devil sim racing car, but obviously Van Devil in the recent week has folded, unfortunately for them. So Griffin Gardner and Damon Woods. And as I say that, that's a car off the road. It's Jamie Stovall down. Oh, who's that in the background? That's Anton De Pasquale. They're pushing each other off the road. Whoa, that was
There's Newman on board, but yeah.
Oh,
wow,
yeah, sorry, Newman, sorry.
That was going to be, oh, mate, when I saw those two side by side and then you got a car rejoining in front of them, that looked like that was going to get ugly. And then on exit, oh, geez, guys. But man, I know there's a lot of aggression here. It's only early stages, but you know, we spoke about that part of the racetrack. It is easy to lock a brake and pinch a brake. You know, you can be just going in there and taking it easy, and it's easy to do. So, oh, and as you can see, a bit of battle damage too, but the side of Newman's Mustang as well. So not good when these guys are getting damage in these cars in the opening laps of this long race.
Yeah, there's no quick repair either. So if they have a lot of damage that maybe bends the front toe lick or has a little bit of bent steering, you have to actually serve that time in the pit lane. And you don't want to do that unless it's under safety car, because you will easily go a lap down here if you have to do that. So it's a bit of a shame for some of these guys with damage. They've just got to now manage that through the race. You can try and get a little bit ticked off every time you come down pit road, but not as much as you'd think when you have a little bit more damage that obviously bends the steering. But Newman up into P11. Yeah, sorry to Anton. It's so used to that livery now being getting ready for the Bathurst 1000 next week. I think I'll be calling that Anton most of the night.
And guess what? I probably will too. So that's all right. That's okay. But yeah, we go back up to the front. And that's what these guys like when they've got clear air. These guys and girls up the front. Emily Jones, proud to say that I've teamed up with her in the endurance races in years gone by. And well, we had some good fun driver pairings there. But what they need to do is just stay out of trouble. And they love this clear air because all they're doing is just hitting their marks. They're chasing down a number and they don't have to worry. Like, look at the amount of air that, you know, that Emily's got. She's got no worries behind. She just needs to be eyes forward, hit her marks, and then they'll have a game plan as far as when they want to pit. And that's the beauty of it, just keeping that car nice and straight.
She's in the best spot, to be fair. She can see the leaders and doesn't have anyone behind her, so she's not looking behind. She can just look in front and go, I'll just hit my marks. I know I'm not losing time to the leaders. If I lose a little bit of time, I'm not under pressure, so I don't need to stress. She's in a really good spot here, especially early on, to maximise that with Brady Myers as a co-driver. That's a good pairing too. That might be a little bit of a dark horse later on, as Brian Borg now down the inside. And is he going to keep that position over Sybaris? I think he will. He's got the inside run now for the last corner, and that's going to push Jordan Sybaris out wide. Now he's going to try and get it back on the power. Had to actually go down a gear, and that's going to lose another spot to Aaron Borg, who gets around him in Madison's down car, and he's got another one to the inside, and that's Gibbs looking to the inside into turn number one. Will Robert Gibbs get this position as well? That's going to be another gain for him, move himself up. Another one is he's going to hold it. Look at him all using all the racetrack. Another one too. Yeah. Actually, Gibbs nearly put a move on Borg then down into turn number 3. I don't think he was expecting that, but able to get the job done. And yeah, bunch of positions lost for Sybaris. He's still losing it. Now he's in the fence. Big crash. That's going to be a blockage.
Oh, that's a championship changer too, because that's Burton's car. So he's in the thick of it of the points. Oh, there was a little bit of damage to that car. Looks like it didn't get much more. I thought that was the worst part, because I thought there was going to be about 8 or 10 other cars that were going to drill into him. Look at the damage to that Commodore too. So not ideal. What they want to do is get going, check the damage on that thing. They don't want to go a lap down. It's only lap 10.
Yeah, it's only lap 10. I thought that was going to be a blockage. As soon as I saw him come across and there was a whole bunch of cars, so we bring up the Logitech G Supercar Pro Invitational replay. Did he get a tap? He did. Oh, there it was. Tap, and then bang. And then look at these guys on the inside fence. One of them climbed the wall there. Like, oh, a lot of damage to so many of those cars. And lucky to get away with just, in terms of no track blockage, because that could have been a massive accident there. It could have been the first safety car, but he got that going. As we look on board with Jordan Sybaris down the inside, there is contact.
The shame with that is this incident started half a lap ago, because he started to, someone made a move and then he got swamped, another car got past, and then another one made a move, and then unfortunately, look at the damage to that Commodore. So, man, and like we said, here we are. It's lap 10. Burton's in the thick of it as far as the points, and this is going to make his night just that little bit more difficult.
And there's the leaders on the same straight nearly.
Yep.
And Phil Searle has a clean car, so he's definitely going to catch up to Jordan Sybaris in this stint. And that's just one of those things that's going to put Burton on the back foot. He will now be praying for a safety car. They will need a safety car at this point to try and get themselves anywhere near in the thick of it. But look at this train that we've got going on. It could be the cause of where we may get one in these early stages. At the moment, looks like they're trying to all get themselves back into a rhythm. I said that early on, but it's lap 11 and we're still fighting like it's a sprint race out here.
Yeah, I think some of these guys just need to settle down a little bit. I think if I was the team manager of these teams, I'd be like, you know what? If I'm looking around and seeing what damage some of these cars have got and my team or my car is straight, I'd be saying, you know what? Don't make any moves. If someone's going to get alongside you, let them go. Like we're talking lap 11 of 161 laps. And if you can have a straight car, you've won the battle halfway through this race because, you know, there's going to be a lot of damaged cars. And the last thing you need is a damaged car because it does hurt your straight line speed.
I think at the next window or pit stop window or the first safety car, we're going to be looking at who hasn't got a damaged car.
Yeah.
And that's the worst thing to be thinking of 161 laps that early on, and who doesn't have any damage, who has a straight car, who could maybe put themselves in the end. Like I say, you've got to buy a ticket to the end of the race. If you haven't done that, then you're not in it. And these guys right now, Chris Cox said, big dive on Jamie McKnight into turn 11. Gonna not have the good run though for the last corner, but can he get the exit? He has a good run. That's job done for him, but here comes Bowler as well.
Yeah, McKnight sort of caught the curb on the inside, that upset the car, so now he's got trouble up the inside. So, look at him just trying to push. Will he be able to hold on? Now he's going to think about diving and get that position again. Not quite. Is McKnight going to do it? No.
But behind him, Bradley Ford having a look to the inside, and they're going to be side by side now down into turns 2, 3, and 4. And as I said, there's contact.
More damage to the front.
Oh, I thought that was going to be the saving.
That's why we both went quiet, because we both thought that was going to end up in contact with the car backwards. So
we both were like, hold on a minute, we've seen this before.
But yeah, that's going to hurt the straight line speed of that Commodore, because look at the damage to the front. Bang, lost 3 positions just going down that back straightaway.
Yeah, I think it may have bent the steering too, because he easily gave out that position to his teammate. So Matthew Bowler lost a bunch of positions there and dropped himself down to 25th. Jordan Ross behind, who actually was involved in lap 1 as well, and obviously didn't have a good qualifying. He was the one on the lid, so Jordan Ross trying to make up some ground. He would have been one that would have been inside that top 10. Now he's got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, get on the radio, say, if you've got a straight car, all right, just stay away from everyone, you'll be half a chance. So,
yep.
But, man, I hope that these guys change their game plan when we hit the Mount Panorama, because there's no way that the drivers can get away with this sort of craziness in these opening laps, because move up the inside there, a bit of nose to tail on exit, but with those walls that we've got a Mount Panorama, you can't get away with mistakes like that, and you don't want to be doing that on lap 5 and 10. Forget it, not at Bathurst.
No, not at Bathurst, and that's the thing, 2 weeks time and we're at Bathurst, and if this is how we're going to play at Bathurst, man, we're in for a long 161 laps ahead of us there for a Bathurst 1000 here. But these guys, they were slowly getting to a rhythm. I can't say they're going to get into it because at this present point I don't know. But Phil Sell and Kostecki are out in front, the 2 Boost Mobile SSR Commodores. 1-2 at the moment. Phil Sell out in front with a bit of a gap, 0.8 of a second over Kostecki. And they've got a little bit of a gap now back to Warren Elnabi, who have just dropped off Jones a little bit. Oh, Warren made a mistake there. That looked like he was right on the inside of the grass. Would have been a little mistake. But it hasn't hurt him too much, and he's still going straight. Hasn't put it in the fence. So he's still got a clean car. I think that's one thing you can say compared to most.
Absolutely, and I wouldn't be too worried about Jones back there. There you go.
So he did make a mistake.
You called it straight away. You said you thought he saw a little bit of a mistake, so he's had to give up that time. But nevertheless, yeah, like you said, straight car, early days, time to push on. That's fine.
Yeah, it's lap 14, you got to slow down this early on. Just relinquish a couple of seconds or whatever you had to do there. And I think it was about 1.5, 2 seconds. Moved yourself back behind, and as we go back to the battle pack of the century on lap 14 of 161, Damien Johnstone in the position again. In front of him, Sebastian Flock in the Evolution Racing Team Commodore. We're going to go for a move. He had the run. That draft is strong. That was, again, damage could be influencing that as well, but that was a strong pull that he got towards the end of that straight.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw with that slowdown penalty, the last thing you want is a slowdown penalty when you're in a group of about 10 or 15 drivers.
Yeah.
You don't lose 0 or 1 spots. You lose about 10 sometimes. So, yeah, thankfully there's no penalties for these guys. But Yeah, very mindful of these guys now when they're down that straightaway, giving each other a bit of... I think he thought about making that move, but the last thing you want to do is make a last-second dive up the inside. It's such a fast part of the racetrack when you go down that back straightaway. So it's good to move around in the mirror and put the driver off in front of you, but no way you want to make a move.
No way, and it's totally odd, boys. We've got to get through this stint and get to our first pit stop window. We've still got maximum of 50 laps before these guys will come down pit road, because obviously with that maximum consecutive lap rule of 65 laps, that's the latest you'll see anyone stop in this first stint. I'm pretty sure we'll see a bunch of them come down up to the minimum pit window, which is 54 laps in the car. Wouldn't be surprised if we see some of them jump in then. But Philsell, Kostecki out in front 1-2 at the moment, and they're just doing it comfortably, and what a start from Philsell. But I'm surprised that and as we look at that, good pick up from Luke. Jordan's nearly going to get a lap down right now.
Yeah, that's the last thing Burton wants to see at the moment. You know, obviously they've got that damage. The car's not ideal, but then you've got the 2 leaders that are coming on and, thick and fast. So it's trying to be damage limitation at the moment, but I don't think, unless they get a safety car in the next lap or two, I think they're a little bit of a sitting duck, unfortunately.
That I think they are, and this is one thing we've got to factor. If obviously Philsell and Kostecki are starting to come up on Jordan, it won't be too much longer before maybe they start to lap the rest of the field, and then we're going to be talking about lap traffic in the first stint of the race, and that could play out massively. It's always hard as we look at the track map. Luke knows he's already on it, and as you see, that big gaggle that's just entered that back straight is basically half the track behind, and we're on lap 16. If they keep battling like that, there's going to be a couple of people that fall into the trap of going a lap down, and if that's the case, we could have some little bit of carnage going on as well with that, because you just trip over someone, Sam, and it's easy to do. You're trying to let the leaders through, and then there's a guy behind you who's on the same lap or racing for position for you. They try and make a dive, there's contact, and then you get spun around or end up in a fence. It's easy to do when you're in a big paddle like that when the leaders are coming through.
Absolutely. It's all the ingredients of a safety car, isn't it?
Yeah.
But, hopefully they'll be mindful of it. I know Burton will be exactly thinking about, please get a safety car. Sure, he'd be throwing something on the track if he could to bring out a debris.
Throw the banana. Where's the banana?
But unfortunately, it's only going to be a matter of corners now. And, of course, these drivers will now see the old blue flag. I think the officials in that were going to be mindful of lap traffic and showing the blue flag when the leaders start coming on them. So that's going to be something that's going to be playing into them, but obviously not ideal when here we are at lap 18 when they're going a lap down.
Yeah, just the start of lap 18, and Jordan Silvers is going to move to the inside and make sure that them both through as there goes Jared Philsell. Kostecki will make sure they do the same as well, and that's the first car lap down here tonight. And unfortunate for Burton, that's going to be a long way to go, but we'll keep track of how that car goes later on the race. And back to the battle pack for 20th position, Sebastian Flock, first behind Jamie McKnight. A little bit of a cork in the bottle, a little bit of a trolley train going here as we come up to the second to last corner. And let's see whether Flock tries to have a move. He had a move a little bit before, wasn't able to get the job done, but now we're going to much better exit McKnight. McKnight lit up the rear tyres off the final corner, and will this be a move into turn 1? It looks like that car just can't get the run, doesn't have the straight line speed. It's just not there, but is he going to throw it down the inside? Oh, there's a little bit of an inside one. It was an outside front lot. Yeah, it caught McKnight. He was not worried. He's like, I've got this run, no drama at all. And all of a sudden, Flock threw it down the inside, threw off Jamie McKnight, gets the position done.
Mate, that one little spot is going to cost him possibly another, so that's 3 spots. McKnight might lose another one. No, I don't know if he's held on it, but yeah, that's just that one little incident, and that's stripped him to 3 places. So I thought he was a little bit too far back to make the move, but then made a nice dive under the brakes, and then that caught McKnight out and sort of surprised him a little bit, I think. But nevertheless, it's all about eyes forward now.
That's right, and I think it did just threw him off a little bit. I don't think he was close enough to make the move, but that little bit of a move under braking it just takes your eyes away. It makes you look in the mirrors. He lost his braking point in terms of where he was in the braking zone and just threw it down the road. So unfortunate there for Jamie McKnight. He's going to be under attack from the Taipan Esports Commodore Ryan. Good move, Ryan Learge down the inside, and I think this could be a good job for him down into turn number 1. And Jordan Ross will be wanting to buy into this. He'll be wanting to get this job done too. He's got a lot of ground. It's the straight line speed of the SSR cars. Wow. He pulled a good 10th or 2 down that straight on that Taipan Esports Commodore and was able to get the run even though with a batter exit.
Yeah, I thought he was going to get it there, that crossover, and then got the power down. But, yeah, I don't know if he's sporting a little bit of damage to the front end. I don't know. But nevertheless, yeah, no.
Looks clean.
Isn't too bad, yeah. So, yeah, that was interesting.
Looks like maybe a pretty quick car. We've got race control. Sounds like another penalty for one of the cars out there, so it'll be a drive-through penalty for one of them. We'll get that. We'll most surely pop up on our screens as well for timing. But Glenn Postlewaite and Chris Coxhead, and there it is, car 117. That'll be the contact with car 8. So that was that incident with Burton. So 117 will Bradley Ford will have to come down pit road and serve that drive-through penalty. That's Glenn Postlewaite, Chris Coxhead go door to door down the front straightaway. As they go hard, as that is Bradley Vaughan serving that drive-through penalty. He's actually not going to lose as many spots as you would have thought, because he was in that sort of a window in front of all that battle pack. He'll lose a lot of spots, but he's going to be at the battle pack.
Yeah, chunk of spots. As you see, you've rejoined there. There's already sort of 3, 6, 9 cars, 10, maybe more. But nevertheless, it's good if you get those penalties, just get it over and done with. Oh, that was one of was Ellis's car that was wide?
I think that was McKnight, sorry, that was wide. Unless you were looking further back in the pack. It was Jamie McKnight in the SSR. Matthew Bowler with, he got loose. I think he may have got a tap from behind. I think that was his teammate. Was that Ben Smith behind? It was too. And here comes another one of the guys, Thomas Hinz, looking to the inside. Is he going to go for a move? He's going to go for another one too. Hinz to the inside, down to turn number 6. Oh, Bowler's just going to lift, slot him behind. He had his teammate behind him to give him the space. But good move from Hinz. Gets the job done. And now going to try and eyes forward and gain those in front.
Yeah, I think it was just, I was looking at a little bit further, Lee Ellis Designs Commodore just ran a little bit wide up in that first turn, but nevertheless wasn't too much drama there, no damage, so that's good. But man, I'm really surprised about the amount of battle scars that we've seen in these cars for such an early part of the race. And then we look at the back of the front, and these cars are perfect. So that's what they'd be more than happy about, is because they know they've got themselves in a good position. They're not under too much pressure. The cars are in good shape, and it's all about sort of thinking about that first pit stop.
That's right. Think about that first pit stop. What you can do from there is we look a little bit further back. Emily Jones still in that bubble at the moment. She's got Jordan Sybaris in front of her, and as he moves over to give her the run down into turn number 1. But we're having a look as well, and Narby and Warren are getting close again. Obviously, Warren lost that position due to a slowdown, which he got here on the inside of turn number 3. He actually cut this corner and went straight on, so he got a slowdown there that he had to serve down the back straight away. But now he's all over the back of Forzan El Narby, and I think Forzan might not fight him too hard. We'll see. But we've been saying that all day, and everyone's been fighting everyone tooth and nail like it's the last lap of the World Championship. But here we are down the back straight. But I'm sure these boys, they will have their endurance hats on. They have both done everything in endurance racing. Obviously, on Arby's won the V8 Scots Bathurst 1000, and Warren and them have done obviously considerably good jobs and have won everything else that they can win. So I'm sure these guys will be all right.
Yeah, and like I said, it is a bit of a mind game too. You know, when you get up to the back of someone, you want to move your car around. You want them to think it's exactly what we saw with McKnight. When someone makes a move, whether you're expecting it or not, when someone moves around in the rearview mirror, that distraction can be worth a couple of tanks, because they're not fully focused at the job at hand. It's all about being eyes forward and hitting your marks. And if you've got someone that's possibly thinking about a move, whether they do it or not, just runs a little bit wide there. But that can be worth a couple of tenths, and that can be a game changer, and you can get a free spot without even doing any work.
That's right, free spot without doing nothing. We'll take that and move along and keep going. These guys, they're not getting free spots that easy, but if they keep pushing each other off the track, the other guys are getting free spots easy. So Hinz all over the back of Jamie McKnight into the second to last corner, and see what he can do down this front straight. Better exit drive, he has done so, and can he move to the inside? No, he can't.
Yeah, so I'd be worried about that damage that he's got on the front of that Hinz, unfortunately. That right front's dinged up a little bit. He's going to make a move up the inside under brakes, side by side into turn 1 with McKnight. Oh, they give each other a little bit of room. It's close on exit. Pretty respectful, but now Hinz is on the outside. Oh, they give each other a little bit of a touch up on the curb. Oh, this could get worse. They're going to think about moving here. There we go, off the exit, sideways off the exit, trying to get the power down. And where he was going to make a position, hopefully, he's now lost, 2.
He could lose more if he keeps going. Hin's trying to keep the position. He's got a car to his inside. He's going to defend that position. He's got Smith to the outside who was having a look. I think Smith is still there around the outside. Not going to get that one done. Got to be careful of his rejoin. He's going to have a slowdown now. He's Ben Smith. He's going to have to try and serve that in between these second to last corners. How's he going to do that? He's got to try and figure out where this is chaos back here. Smith, let me try and serve it, unless he got rid of it. Unless he did get a slowdown out there. I'm sure he would have got a slowdown. That was a big cut on that corner. But maybe not. He's done a good job to keep going if he didn't.
It's one of those things that you can sort of, if you can breathe the throttle, depending on what the penalty is, you can breathe it on exit and sometimes make it up under brakes. It was in a short on a short straight section there, so may have been able to make it up. But nevertheless, it's all about pushing on. But man, I just keep looking back and talking about the damage that these cars have got. That's not ideal when they're trying to make a move on someone that's got a straight car, and that's what McKnight's got. It looks like the front of his isn't too bad, and he's able to hold off. You know, they do make up a little bit of ground through the corners, but once we get to that straight, they try and tuck him behind him and they're not getting the job done.
Got to remember as well, that's an SSR car, and I think so far we've seen that SSR car is pretty quick in the straight line. We saw that before with the Type N esports car, so I think that's where as well he's able to just pull away a little bit. But another thing we've got to think about with that battle pack, as we look a little bit further ahead, these guys were in that battle pack. There it is, all back there, as Jordan Ross trying to have a look on that Type N esports car. The leaders are going to be catching these guys pretty quickly. These guys are already 52 seconds off the race lead. It's a minute 6 lap. It's going to be in maybe 5 to 10 laps, and the safety, not the safety car, the race leaders of Jared Filso and Seki will be right on this battle pack and trying to work their way through it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you'll find team managers will start to work the clock backwards as such. You know, they'll look at the end of the race and they'll start thinking, right, when can we possibly pit someone early that we can get out of this train? Because if you feel like you're getting held up, the benefit in these long races is to get that pit stop, get over and done with, and get some clear air. Like it's huge in the sprint races, but it makes a big deal in these long endurance races too. So you see a flash in the lights. There's a little bit of frustration there, but you know, at the end of the day, McKnight's allowed to do what he's doing. He's not aggressively blocking or anything. He's got pace in different parts of the racetrack, and Bowler just needs to think about getting the job done.
I think it's also hurting Bowler as well because of the damage on the front of the ERT Commodore. It's making it frustrating because he's got the corner speed, but the damage on the straights isn't allowing him to get down the inside. And there's 2 big long straights that lead into passing opportunities. So without the straight line speed, he can't do anything about it. He's got the pace through the middle of the corner, but without the straight line speed, we're going to see it right now. McKnight's, even with the tow, that ERT Commodore's not going to gain much time. You can see it right now. We're halfway down the straight. He's actually still pulling. I think McKnight's pulling. So, and that's the issue. And that will be frustrating Bowler so much because he knows he's got the speed to get around, but he just can't do anything about it in the straight.
You know what? If I was McKnight in that car and I see the driver behind me flashing his lights, I think it's getting frustrated. How good's this? If I can just put on a little bit more pressure, there's a chance that driver behind me may make a mistake. So it's not that McKnight's doing anything wrong. It's just that I think Bowler's just getting a little bit frustrated. You can see he's got some pace here. Was that a little bit of nose-to-tail contact? I don't know on exit. But look at the damage. He's now trying to sneak up a little bit, but he's not being able to pull up close. So all of his braking, all of his moves are going to have to be into the braking zone. So he's definitely got his work cut out for him. He's going to think about a move here because this is a good attempt. No, shuts the door. But yeah, so McKnight's not doing anything wrong, but he'd be loving looking at in his mirror and seeing that driver frustrated by flashing his lights.
That's right, especially when someone's frustrated. Hin's looking for a move on Bowler down the inside. Bowler gave him the room, did a good job there, but that's going to obviously compromise them on the exit. McKnight's going to have another free run down the front straight. But another thing with McKnight, you don't want to get him frustrated that he makes a desperate move and make contact and ruin just part of the race. That's another thing that you've got to be careful of. I'm sure at the moment they're not doing that and they've kept it clean so far, but just got to make sure that's another thing you don't have happen. But up in front of these guys, Sebastian Flock, Glenn Postlewaite, Todd Haynes. After his mistake, he's managed to gain those positions back up into P number 20, so he's done a good job there so far. Sebastian Flock in front of him, Glenn Postlewaite in the sandwich, down into turn number 6, and these guys just managing their position. Will Hayne have a look? No, he won't. But obviously, Glenn Postlewaite, it's been a while since I've personally seen him in a V8 Supercar, so good to see him back in the SSR Commodore.
I think that's the beauty of the rules package that we've got, is that these drivers have to pair up with someone that's not in the series. So we're going to see names that they're blasts from the past, or they're complete new rookie names for us. So, and I think that's good. We're trying to see a different range of talent through the field, and it definitely mixes things up. And it's crucial to get these driver pairings right.
That's right, and you've got to have someone that you can trust as well. And obviously, Glenn Postlewaite would be one of those ones for SSR that you would definitely want to have in your back pocket. As Hayne to the inside. Whoa, Postlewaite off the curb, the bounce off the curb through the rear of the car sideways, but he's able to hold on, keep that position this time. But Sebastian Fox able to gain a little bit of time. This is a little bit of battle behind them as two. I think that was Jordan Ross making a move as Hayne loose on the exit curb. That's going to spoil the drive.
Yeah, once you get that wheel spin on exit, it's just like, well, you just watch the car disappear into the distance. So, well, look at that, getting a little bit close up front. 0.2 of a second now. I'll tell you what, I think we've seen this once or twice throughout this season, haven't we?
I think we have a couple of times. These two have been battling up the front. It feels like it's just a repeat of where we're at right now. But, awesome mega drive so far for these two out in front. Phil, yeah. And just here it is. Here comes the train of cars, and 4 seconds until they gain the other one. It's Richard Hampstead too, who's obviously having a shocker in the TTR. But look at it, it's a big train, and that's what I was mentioning before. They're going to be on this train in 5 to 10 laps. We're coming up to 5 laps, and there's the train. So it's going to be a bit hectic for those two.
Yeah, I was eyes forward when we switched to those Boost Mobile cars. I was like, man, they are not far away from lapping these cars. And the scary bit is for these guys is they may be minding their own business, but if there's drama in front of them, it's so easy to get caught up in an incident. So at the end of the day, what they need to do is just be focusing and maybe thinking about, are we in a position where we can pit early, because there's so much drama in front of them. Although they're working together as far as Boost Mobile teammates, they can sort of, be a little bit cautious with each other, but they don't want to get caught up in any silly incidents here.
And that's another thing as well. You can't really bring him in. This is going to be chaos in a minute, and it's hard. You can't bring him in. Phil Saw, Kostecki. I think Phil Saw you could. You have a little bit of way. I'm sure you could with Kostecki too, but you've got to make that minimum driver number, and I think you want to do that at least for one of your drivers earlier. Pardon me, because if you've done that, then at least you've got that in your back pocket. I've done 54 laps. Tick the box. I'm done. Look at these two pushing each other through the corner. They're already on each other and having a good time out in front. But that's the thing. You just want to tick a box. Yes, okay, you can bring them in now and get a little bit of a pit stop out of the way. I don't think they would do that. Obviously, fuel cell and tyres, and obviously you want to maximise how much you've got fuel in the car. You don't want to lose any of that time and get as much as you can out of it. But again, you just want to get to that window. It's just a little bit too early to go, okay, if you come in now and do a driver swap, you're going to lose it. Kostecki's got Cooper Murray on board as well, so he's quick too. So you just want to tick the box and go, okay, we've done 54 laps, now we get.
It was intriguing. I was watching that onboard camera, and I was just focused, eyes forward, about 200 metres or 300 metres up the road, just to see what that pack of cars is doing. So, man, it's scary, isn't it? Sometimes when you're in these big long races and your race is going to plan, and then you've got to put up with traffic. It's like, it's sort of hold your breath. No one's going to do anything stupid intentionally, but at the end of the day, it doesn't take much for someone just to make a little mistake, get the left rear or the right rear up on the grass and turn a car sideways. But you can see Hampstead's now moved out of the way, the TTR Mustang. So
that was smart.
Yeah.
That was really smart from Hampstead, because now he can latch onto the back of him and let the other guys move aside and make some gain that way. That's actually a really smart move from Hampstead to do it early, not get involved in this battle. He could have waited a lap. There was easily enough room. He could have maybe waited until this main straight, but he went, no, get it done early, latch on behind Kostecki, because he gained that time up under brakes into the second to last corner, and now just latch onto the back and watch everyone else funnel to the left as he can try and follow through. It's a good move from Hampstead.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he might have won a race or two, so he's got a little bit of smart racecraft on board, which is good to see. So here we go, Jared now right in the thick of it. Wow. He'll be very focused just to see what everyone... I think the good thing at the moment is everyone's single file. I think he'd be stressing if he started seeing 2 or 3 or 4 cars all side by side. So one of the cars move out the way, but then he flies forward. There's a car side by side. Nah, it's all okay so far. But now he'll just be able to pick them off one at a time when they're single file like this.
It's hard. There's going to be blue flags getting yelled everywhere, and everyone's going to be going, why are we not moving out the way? and that's what Phil Sell and Kostecki have to worry about now. So through these last complex of corners, and this is another issue. So, it's Smart, Christian Smart with a bad exit. He's going to lose that position to Phil Sell, and most probably going to give it up to Kostecki. Kostecki's got the easy run here, because he doesn't have to worry about Phil Sell's the first car. Everyone's going to move for Phil Sell and go, oh, that's second place too. I'll move over for you too. So I think it's actually a really good position for Kostecki to be in. He doesn't have to do any of the work, but when he sees smoke and cars around, and there's three wide, to the inside. Now there's 2 wide. There's a lap car in the middle of the 2 leaders, and now they've got to try and... we've seen this before. Kostecki on the outside. Going to keep that position, but this is where it gets a little bit tight for these leaders.
That's what I said. They just be minding their own business, and the last thing they need to see a car sideways. So one car shot from one side of the racetrack to the other and ended up in the grass on the left. So thankfully no one got involved, but that was definitely a heart and mouth moment for those leaders. Wow.
Oh, and you're going to have the next ones coming up on them too. So it's going to be because Warren and El Nabi are coming in the background. So this battle pack, we've been watching it since the start of the race. It's now formed into leaders have to try and work their way through this. So Stenberg's the next one on the chopping block who are getting a lap down, and Phil Sell is going to have a look at a replay of that incident. It was David Kirby who was in the Commodore in front. Did he get a touch, or was it off
he's
the
gone
curb?
in deep. No, he just lost on exit.
I think there was a car in front that actually made a mistake, and it took his concentration away, because it looked like he locked the brakes on exit. So as we go back live and go back to the battle pack behind, there was a couple of cars side by side, and that's where El Nabi and Warren are. So if you look where these two, Kostecki, Phil Sell, look a little bit further back, there's El Nabi and Warren.
Well, it's a real game changer, isn't it, when you come across traffic like that? You know, we speak about it, how crucial it is at Mount Panorama when you go across the top of the mountain and there's just nowhere to go when you come across traffic. And it's a little bit like these guys have got a work cut out for them, but nose to tail for the Boost Mobile cars. And exactly like you said, Kostecki's just followed the leader. Oh, he gets close there. No nose to tail contact, that's good. Oh, a little bit sideways. I don't know if Jared just got out of it.
Slow down. Maybe you got to slow down. If you can go a little bit too close to the inside of turn number 7 down the hill. And if you get that slow down, it's the easiest way to get rid of it is just back off the corner. So I think that might have been the case, or he's just said, "Go, Kostecki, you've got the pace. I'm just going to sit in behind." Could have been either one of the two. As now they're going to go through and funnel through with Kostecki out in front of the race. One of the lead changes. We look a little bit further back, and that's Brad Newman in that beautiful retro Shell V-Power Mustang. I'll get it right now. Anton Di Pasquale will be racing, obviously, next weekend at the Bathurst 1000. Can't wait for the Bathurst 1000. Can't wait to see what this year's edition brings. It's always something every year, and I'm sure this year won't be one or the other. And there's Kostecki, who will be racing as well. I'm sure he'll be hoping that he'll be out in front of the 1000 next weekend and being able to do his own race.
Absolutely, don't rule him out. Always a strong contender. So, yeah, really looking forward to it. But now, we said before that it was Phil Sell picking his way through and Kostecki was happy. I think now it's Kostecki's picking his way through. Jared's going to go, all right, you do the hard work now and I'll just follow you through. So that's not a bad thing.
I think that's definitely going to be the easier case for Kostecki just to work his way through. He'd be hoping some of these guys would maybe let him through a little bit easier, but again, they're in their own race. It's one of those hard things. You're in your own race. You've got blue flags. You're going to try and give up the position. You don't want to give up too much time. So it's such a hard place to play. Now Kostecki will be like, okay, move. That would be the point of, I need to get past this car as soon as possible, and he has done. So a little bit of contact, and I think that was Mugford trying to go down to let him through.
Yeah.
And obviously Phil Sell went home, go to the inside, and they sort of met in the middle.
Yeah, that's one of those things. The driver tries to do the right thing and get out of the way, but the preceding driver goes the same direction. So they both zigged when they should have zagged and all the rest of it. So no harm, no foul. He's lost a tiny bit of ground to Kostecki, but at the end of the day, there's no damage to the front of that, so that's the main thing.
No, definitely no damage to the front of those cars. We'll look a little bit further back. Ethan Warren still all over the back of Forza and El Nabi. Now, this little battle pack started to heat up between Emily Jones, Jake Maloney, Wayne Burke, and Job Stewart in this battle train. This is for 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. A little bit of tyre smoke there. I wonder what that's come from. That would have been from the train in front of them. There's a lot of smoke coming from one of the cars. So, a couple of cars on pit load. Same with Hampstead. Looks like Hampstead. I think Hampstead's blown a motor. Yep, that has blown a motor. The TTR Mustang has expired, and it would have been at the end of turn 9 down at Dandenong Road. It just would have expired, and that would be day done for Richard Hampstead. What a shame. Looks like it really didn't even get started for him down all the way down the back.
Yeah, he was already having a shocker of a night, but that just adds insult to injury, unfortunately. So it didn't bring out a safety car. Like you said, when you saw all that smoke, I was wondering what was going on and if someone was going to be stuck on the racetrack. But fortunately enough that it happened near pit entry so that, you know, Hampstead was able to get in there and park it. But an early day for that TTR Mustang is not ideal. But yeah, bit of a heartbreaker, but nevertheless.
Yeah, one of those things that you made that little error, maybe downshifted too many tyres, and obviously with the damage it wouldn't have helped him in that stint. But we'll go to a quick break and we'll ride on board with our current race leader, Brody Kostecki, out in front as he tries to navigate through the traffic. And we'll take a short little break here for the Logitech Supercar Pro Invitational, round 7 of the Championship Sandown 500. On board with obviously our race leader Brody Kostecki, and then one of them further back in this battle pack, Joe Stewart, who is fighting hard, trying to gain everything he can right now at round 7 of the Sandown 500 here, lap 40 for these guys and girls at the racetrack. And I have to say that Stewart looking to the inside or the outside of Wayne Burke, not going to get that job done, going to have to son him over. Logitech Supercar Pro Invitational, round 7 of the championship. 39 laps in the books, a long way to go. Coming up to our first pit stop cycle, Sam, and we saw one car that is behind, that's Anton De Pasquale. Has actually jumped in at Shell V-Power Mustang. They've served their first pit stop cycle, got that one out the way pretty early on, and thrown Anton on board.
Yeah, we saw him practice that Anton wasn't shy on lap speed too, so it's probably not a bad idea. Throw him in to see what happens now. He's on fresh tyres. Yeah, he'll make some sort of advantage here. And like we said, you know, we assume that we're going to see a safety car. We haven't seen one as yet, so, you know, they've obviously done some calculations and they've worked out that they could probably roughly make it from about here. But yeah, the old safety car is going to be a bit of a game changer if and when it actually does come. There's actually a bunch of people coming down pit road as well. I think that's Burke from P number 7 is in the pit lane as well. Hobson, Burton is in as well. So those guys coming in, getting their service done. So I think this might be right. This could be working back from the end of the race to now. You do roughly 65 laps a stint. Yeah, that's about right. 65 laps a stint. You can do
2 maximum stints from here and get the job done to the end of the race. But got to get that 54 laps in for that minimum driver. So I think that's going to be one of those ones. Get a smaller stint done out the way early and do 2 long ones to the end. So those guys are going to be working from the back.
I do love the strategy, and it'd be good to sort of, get an ear into some of these teams, especially come Bathurst about, obviously no one wants to show their cards too much, but just to see what sort of things that, go through their minds as far as this point in the race. There's still a really long way to go, but when you're talking about strategies as far as who's going to be in the seat, how many laps they can do it, because it's always a dilemma, isn't it, when you need to meet your minimum requirement of laps and you think, right, if I can just get a couple of more laps with this driver, then we'll be right. Then of course safety car comes out, throws it all in, the driver ends up doing a longer stint. I just love how all those things play out, and that's that can easily happen in our game too.
That's exactly right. Oh, El Nabi, he loose on the curve. I think Warren would have pricked his up then. That was a moment, but he managed to hold on to it and keep going in 3rd and 4th at the moment. I'm still very surprised we haven't seen the safety car yet. That Aston Martin Logitech G safety car has not come out yet, considering all the damage out there. You'd think we may have seen 1 or 2, but nope, none yet. And these guys are still going to be lapping around. I'm sure it's going to be one of those things where it comes out. Maloney and Jones having a good little battle for 5th and 6th at the moment. I believe that position just swapped. It has. So Maloney has moved himself up past Emily Jones. She drops down into P number 6. Job Stewart behind, and there's Anton Di Pasquale, who is on the fresher rubber behind. And was this just I'm going to move over, let you through, teammate? Yeah, I think it was.
So this TTR will just be having a
maybe not.
Themselves.
I think he still had to make the move, but she made it easy on him.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you're not going to put up as much fight to another driver. Like with your teammate, you're going to give them just that little bit more room. So that's good heads-up driving, and what they need to do, and they'll be very focused on that point that pit stops are coming up soon. Whether they think about doing a double stint with Emily, it just depends on how she feels and whether they wanted to go again. So she's already got 43 laps in the book, so there's not too much more work for her to do as far as officially getting the job done for today. So so far so good. I think they'd be pretty happy with where they're sitting at the moment.
I think they would be too. They're in a nice little gaggle of only a handful of cars, and they're not in amongst all the battle pack. This is one thing, as we look at the car catching that back, and that's Anton Di Pasquale. He's in an issue where he's got fresh rubber. He wants to use it to try and gain all the time back, but how do you play it with these cars? You can't really go, I'm going to pass you. Technically, he's a lap down. He shouldn't really be there, but again, he's in his own race, so he's allowed to be there. It's such a hard position to be in. He's smart. He'll know what to do, and as we say that, there goes Emily Jones into the pit lane, and now Anton Di Pasquale. Will he try and make a move down into turn 1? He's got the fresh rubber, or will he just wait? He's going to have a look. I think he's going to make the move down into turn number 1. Obviously, there's not going to be a hard fight. They're both one lap down, one's for P6. They're not going to fight too hard for that one. It's Job Stewart, but he knows Anton's on the quicker rubber.
Yeah, when you've got a driver that's on fresh tyres and you know that you'll stop soon, just let him go. You've got nothing to gain. You end up just making a silly mistake or end up tripping over each other, and that's what you don't want. So the smart thing is just move out of the way and think about that pit stop.
Yeah, good job from Job Stewart and Anton to sort themselves out in the turn number 1. And obviously Job lost a little bit of time to Maloney, but he's not going to worry about that when there's another 120 odd laps to go. As Maloney's actually making a move on McKnight in front of them to get past that lap car, and he's going to make that move done. And now there's a bunch of cars on pit lane. Phil Sell's in, El Nabi's in, Rivera was also in the lap before, so a bunch of drivers now heading down onto pit lane to get their service. So 45 laps in the book. These guys know that's where they want to come in.
Yeah, now we see because Kostecki stayed out. There wasn't much between him and Phil Sell. So they're doing a driver swap too. Yep. So that's what you'll see when the cars disappear. That means the other driver's getting in. So driver swap with Dane Warren's jumping in the seat. So it'll be interesting to see what time is gained and lost between these two. So you would imagine that Brody would probably be in this lap, but of course you never know. Things can change. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what sort of margin there is by the time that Brody ticks off his pit stop.
Yeah, that's going to be one of the things with, let's see where he comes out, and if he comes out in any traffic. I don't think he will, but I believe Warren will be hoping he can get that undercut on Kostecki. If he does come in this lap, then that's all going to go. But another thing we've got to remember, you can't do a maximum of 65 laps continuous, so there definitely will be driver swaps. A lot of these guys won't be wanting to do, if you come in now, you're only going to get another 20 odd laps out of a stint, so there's no point. Driver swap done, Kostecki in, Warren in as well. And it's just one of those things where these guys obviously working from the back to the front. We haven't reached 54 laps yet. Obviously, we know that these guys can't do 65, so they're going to get back in the car again. Just another little factor that we've got to consider.
Well, yeah, and some people will take that gamble, think, in the hope that they may roll the dice for a safety car and do up to lap 50, 65,
Yeah.
sorry. So, at the end of the day, some may choose not to, but I guess if you've got the teams up the front that are already in a strong position, why would you risk taking a gamble on a safety car? It'll be the team sort of outside the top 10 that may think about that.
No, exactly right. Another thing, what will happen is Joe Mugford, a little bit of a battle pack. That's Griffin Gardner behind in the I don't know what we call that car anymore, because it's not Ben Devil Sim Racing, because they're no more at the moment. And it's unfortunate to see that team go down, but it's actually a good pickup for my team in Pure Sims Esports. We actually gained most of those drivers from Ben Devil Sim Racing, so it boosted our roster quite a little bit there. But no, it's a shame to see Ben Devil Sim Racing obviously been around the sport of esports for so long now, but Gardner trying to see what he can do on fresh tyres. Mugford in the pit lane, and Gardner's going to keep going along and see what he can gain on that fresh rubber.
This looks like a penalty there for car 47.
Yeah.
10-second penalty for a blue flag. So we said the stewards were going to be, it was going to be a key where they were going to make sure that the blue flags were out there, and obviously you tried not to jeopardise anyone's race, and everyone does the best job they can. Sometimes you just get caught in a position where it's hard. Oh, look at that up front. Looks like the 94's got the job done. No, because he's still. Yes,
he's
our
in
race
front.
leader now.
He is our race leader. So Dane Warren, the undercut work, 1 lap extra, or 1 lap less than Cooper Murray, who has now taken over from Brody Kostecki. And now let's see what they can do out in front. Warren, will he just try and push on and get a gap? And I think with the undercut play, I think that might have been the case as well. Get Dane in the car 1 lap early and push and get the undercut and move ahead. But now Warren out in front, Murray behind. I think that was his personal best lap of them.
So now it's a bit of status quo now, isn't it? We've got that first pit stop out of the way. The field's pretty much spread out. Everyone's getting themselves into rhythm. You can pretty much go down the timesheet, and it looks like every single team's done that pit stop now. So it's all about sort of eyes forward, and if you've got your main driver or your co-driver in, regardless of what it is, it'll be just making sure that they're comfortable, that they're aware of what's going on, the situation that they're in, and everyone's in different spots as far as the race, whether you're deep in traffic or if you're lucky enough to be, like with Dane, he's in a bit of clear air. He hasn't got too much to worry about at this stage. It's always nice as a co-driver, isn't it, when you jump in a car and you're leading the race and there's not too much pressure on board. So, he'd be pretty chuffed about that. But, we say it, and we've been saying it for the whole race, that it's such a long race and so much can go wrong, and you just never know what we're in store for the rest of the race. It looks easy on paper, but who knows what we're going to come across when we get to 161.
Yeah, that's right. It's one of those things of it's just push on, see what they can do in these stints. There's going to be that phase of the race now where these guys just get back into that rhythm. It'll be once the safety car comes out, which I'm still banking on it. I'm still putting money on that safety car. We'll come out as I say that.
Could come now.
It could come now. And Fred to the inside of Brett Loxton. He had a look. I think that's Luke Rosella behind as well, so he's trying to make his way through. He's actually gained a lot of time, has Luke Rosella on board that car for Forza El Malvi. They've gained a lot of time compared to Ethan Warren and Healy. Healy is a good 3-4 seconds behind them, so I'd like to know what happened there with Healy. Obviously Ethan Warren was on board and maybe made a little error, but Luke Rosella's gained a lot of time.
Yeah, I was just going through the field and checking all different names. And of course, like you said, there is a certain amount of time lost. Everyone's done their driver changes, but that's when it gets tricky too. Is when they don't need to do a driver swap, and when someone does, there's obviously a bit of a time difference when a driver has to get in the car and when you don't have to do a driver swap. So we're not at that stage yet, but that could play a part, as we come to the dying stages of this race.
Yeah, especially if we get to that 65 continuous laps to the end, so roughly around lap 96-ish, 97. When we get to that stage and we start seeing pit stops, that's when you know the guys are, okay, jump in and can get in for the rest of the race. I don't think you'll see another driver swap there because, like you said, Sam, and you do lose a little bit of time depending on if the fuel can cover it. If the fuel can cover it, you're usually just okay. If you don't have to put a full tank on board, then you lose so much more time in comparison. So I definitely think some of those guys will be looking at that magic number of 96, 95, and I think that could have been why we saw a lot of people pit around lap 40, Sam, man. You go from 40 to 96, that's a 54 lap stint-ish. So there's your minimum laps, and then put the other guy in for the end.
Sound like a team manager, mate. You've got the calculator out, you've got the pen going.
I wish I had the pen. That would have been a lot easier to figure out in my head than on the fly, but we got there. But yeah, I didn't even think of that. So that's definitely I think a lot of those guys were thinking of. Obviously, you can't do more than 65 laps in a stint. So bring him in, do 40 laps. Know that the next guy is going to get to roughly that window of 65 laps to the end of the race. That's going to cover their 54 laps and get the rest of the race done. So a good strategy, I think a lot of these guys have played out. But then you chuck a safety car right in the middle, would be nice, around lap 70 odd, and then we'll see what happens there.
Yeah, that's right. And that's the thing that I love about our sport. You know, obviously the drivers are the main game, I guess, as far as they're the one getting the job done on the track. But there are people in behind the scenes and being a part of a team like myself, I'm with Trans-Tasman Racing, and knowing what goes on behind the scenes in these races where people will work out strategy and they do all sorts of things like that. So much happens behind the scenes in these long races that some people just don't realise, and it's almost like real world racing, and that is part and parcel of what makes some of these teams as good as they are.
Same thing with us at Pure Sims. I can't extract enough of what the team do behind the scenes when a race is going, before the races. Obviously, at least 10 to 20 hours worth of practice getting put in just before an event, just to make sure the team's all well prepared for an event to get into it. And I'm sure these guys will have done similar numbers to make sure that they're prepared to get ready. And then behind the scenes, you always have someone working on strategy, or you have your strategy sheets of when are we pitting, what's the fuel numbers, where are we at if we do this number, what's that going to be like for the rest of the stint, how the tyre's going to play out. There is so much in it. And like you said, Sam, it's like a real team. There is a lot that goes into these races and a lot that happens, especially for the big teams that sort themselves out and do it that, you know, in terms of getting that position of trying to get as much information as possible. And it's a good thing about esports as we look at a battle on track between Henry King and Matt Jones looking to the inside. It's one of those things that we can in the sim world. We can chuck everyone at a race. For example, Petit Le Mans coming up. I know some people will be racing in, that you can get a whole bunch of drivers, get a whole bunch of different information from everyone.
I love this point of the race. You can see these. Oh, we've got a thick bit of move up the inside here.
Another one.
Yes, no, maybe not. Oh! Not give it an inch regardless. And of course, this is the tricky part, is when you're on the outside of the racetrack and it's so easy to get caught and to catch so much curb and upsets these cars. But everyone got through. Oh, run a little bit wide. That'll compromise that straight line speed. So it's going to be a drag race now down the back straight.
Yeah, Matty Jones now going to be on the inside of Henry King. Gamble's going to be the watching brief to figure out what's going to happen here as they go down the back straight into turns. Gamble's going to actually go for a move to the inside. Is he going to have a look? He used to. He's going to try and make that position count. They're going to go side by side down the hill. Who's that? One of the SSR Commodores taking on the curve. I think that was Brenton Hobson. Took a little bit more of the curve than I think he wanted to. Briggs is behind him as well. They're going to get a little bit of a poor exit for Hobo. And Briggs is going to look to the outside to maybe make a move and not going to do it. They're going to back out from his teammate.
Ah, mate, good work there, Luke. I'm loving that backwards shot. Looked like it was underneath the mirror. Just seeing how those cars are moving around down that back straight. That was really cool. And, of course, these guys not giving an inch. And, of course, it gets to a point in the race where these guys do need to settle down and cruise, but it's hard when you get that bit between your teeth and you see that there's an opportunity in front of you and you think, man, I'm just going to take that one more spot. Let's see what we can do. But it can get you in trouble. But these guys have survived so far, which is great.
Yeah, good to see them battling for 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th, 21st. It just keeps going at the moment in this sort of train of cars. Luke stops that camera. Look at that beautiful Pertex sign. It's good to see some of our actual own known brands that we know of around this racetrack. It's so cool, again, to have Sandown on the service and one of those tracks that I think we're going to live on regardless of what happens in its future. But King, right now, 18th position, just settling into this stint. I think that's what everyone's trying to do, settle into their first stint in the race car. A lot of these guys will be their first stint, maybe their only stint of the race. So these guys got to make sure that they sort themselves out and get into that rhythm to maximise the possibility of their positions. Gamble behind them Hobson, but out in front, it is Warren. He's pulling away 3.2 seconds out in front. Now is Dane Warren over Cooper Murray. That's something right now. He's putting down a statement.
Yeah, and look, at the end of the day, that's all he needs to do. And the beauty is that he finds himself in that clear air. So there's no pressure on him at the moment. He can just hit his marks. And what he needs to do, and is what everyone does as a co-driver, is that they just know that what they need to do to tick off and make the most of their opportunity with the team. So they think about what they've got in front of them. So, and the beauty with him is, with no pressure, it stops it. You don't have to worry about having too many mistakes, as we look at our good friends at Pertec there, off the corner of the back straight. But yeah, I miss those points of the race where you just jump in. It can be nerve-wracking too, depending on where you are and what team you're with. You know, especially if you're in a driver's points position where you're looking after a championship contender. That can be nerve-wracking.
Yeah, 100%. That is just one of those ones where it's trying to maximise it, especially when you're in the position. We saw, obviously, Burton's car a long way further down the field, and that's one of those things that hurts him. But another car that's a little bit further down the field, but in a good position, is the car number 84 of Evolution Racing Team. That is obviously Scott Gamble and Sebastian Flock. Scott Gamble on board currently, but we've got Sebastian Flock in here. And Sebastian, how was that first run on board the Evolution Racing Team, Commodore?
Yeah, it was pretty full on actually. There was a lot of checking up, but it was good racing for the first quarter of the race.
How did you find that opening lap in terms of all the carnage? Did you guys get involved in it? Obviously, I believe you were in that main train towards sort of that middle part of the race that was behind Jamie McKnight at one stage, but you managed to get around him and then build a gap.
Yeah, I actually got a very, very shocking start. I think I dropped about 6 spots before turn 1, and then just, tried to stay patient, and a couple of guys went off in the grass and tried to take advantage, but wasn't trying to be too aggressive, and it sort of worked out at the end, which was good.
Well, it looks like you guys actually have a clean car so far, as you maybe just lost a position out of Briggs in front of you, but that's all right. Still a long way to go in this race. How do you think the strategy is going to play out? Obviously, I think my numbers are right. Everyone's trying to play that, get to lap 54 in terms of this stint, which will bring you around lap 96, 95, which will give you 65 continuous laps to the end. Is that how everyone sort of looks like they're playing it, especially for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, slight variations here and there, but that's pretty much the main goal. Could be a bit more, a bit less, but yeah, we'll play it by ear, because safety cars could potentially make that a bit more interesting with the max driver stint rules and all that, but yeah, we'll play it by ear pretty much.
I think that's definitely going to be the case. And Salmon, you got anything you would like to ask Sebastian Flock while we've got him here from Evolution Race Team?
Yeah, I want to know how he feels at this point of the race when you've got out of the car and now you're just a spectator. How do you go as a spectator? Do you like it? Do you hate it?
I like it, to be honest.
Someone else do the work?
Yeah, pretty much. Just sit back, chill out, watch Gambo do his thing. But it's just good to wind down a bit after a pretty chaotic first stint and plan ahead, basically.
And what do you do? Do you still stay in touch with the team, or do you say, look, I'm going to step away for half an hour and I'm just going to go and have a drink and have a rest, or do you just stay on the cans and just keep listening to how the race is going?
Pretty much. I like to, stay in voice chat, and, if something happens, I'll be there to, guide them through it. But, yeah, I think that support between us both is really good and needed at this stage of the race.
Yeah, I definitely think that's always one of the cases of being able to help your teammate. But good luck. Hopefully you can keep going in this race, and hopefully we see you all the way to the end of the race.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Thank you. That was Sebastian Flock, Evolution Racing Team driver for car number 84 with Scott Gamble on board. But one thing I want to bring up, Sam, man, after we had that little chat, is Healy has dropped a bunch of spots and time to Rosella in comparison to where they were in the pit stop cycle. I don't know whether there's any damage to the TTR Commodore, but he's a long way further down, and I think we expect, especially 22 seconds off the back, he's actually just let Corey Shepherd go past, who is the partner for Jake Maloney. There is Luke Rosella. That's how much time he's lost.
Yeah, we missed that, didn't we? We got a little bit sidetracked, and that's a good, we stationary this camera, because you can just see the margin, considering how close they were. And I tried to eyeball it, and I don't think I could see any damage as such. So
there he is there.
Yeah, interesting. It's hard to work out exactly what's going on there.
It's an odd one. I think that we're going to have to try and figure out.
A little bit to the right front?
That's what it looks like, a touch to the right front damage of the it is a little bit of damage to the right front. Could he have maybe sent it into the fence, and this would have been the spot that he would have done it, down through turns 2, turn 3, then into turn 4. If he just locked the brake, he could have fired it into the fence there. That's sort of where the damage could have come from, and it roughly equates to 20 odd seconds on the lap time. So one of those things where it's an odd one, definitely for sure, odd one of how he's lost that much time.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, it's not massive damage. It's a tiny bit. Look, you know, I think he'll just focus now on trying to do the best job he can. Yeah, but it's just a bit of an eye-opener, isn't it? Just that we noticed how much of a gap there was between the two. But nevertheless, we're still thinking and wondering about that safety car, which could just bring it all back nose to tail again.
We're still wondering, still thinking, still praying it might come out. Well, not really praying, but it was interesting to see how these teams play a strategy cycle of a safety car coming out, especially with the way I think we all thought it is. Sebastian Fox sort of hinted to it a little bit. Everyone sort of a variant of that 65 laps to the end and get the job done from there. I think that's where a lot of people are with their heads at. I just want to play with that strategy just a little bit. I just want to play with it. I just want to put something in the middle and see what teams do, because it puts them on their feet. It's a quick decision, and like we were talking about before, Sam, and of how much they put effort in the teams behind the scenes. It's just that quick thinking. Okay, safety car, do we pit or don't pit? Where's it going to put us? How much do we put fuel in? Do we fill it? Do we put tyres on it? Where's that going to put us in the traffic? Who's going to pit? Who's not going to pit? Who's going to play the other game? So many variables in that situation that if we just died around 75, 80 to drop one.
Yeah, love it. And that's what I love, that the teams will think about, you know, if we get a safety car here, that's good. If we get a safety car here, that's bad. You know, stuff like that. So heads up thinking from teams like, you know, regardless of what the teams are, who they are up and down the grid, that's what I love. And that can be a huge game changer in these big, long races.
That's exactly right. And out in front, Dane Warren, 6.5 seconds. He has pulled that margin and kept going. A little bit of traffic, I think, have helped him a little bit in that scenario, but can't underestimate how quick Dane Warren is. We saw it in the E-Series, how quickly he jumped on it. And he's done the same thing again, to jump straight into this car and be right on the money from the word go.
Yeah, that's one team that doesn't want to see a safety car right now when they've got themselves a nice little 6.5 second margin over the second of the boost mobile Commodores. But nevertheless, we'll see how it all plays out. Lap 60 of 161.
Lap 60 of 161. And another person that we can bring on board and who's had a little bit of an interesting start to this race has been Ross Rizzo. And Rizzo, interesting start to your race, but you've been able to get into that position of now where you are, especially with Hampstead, unfortunately, blowing the motor.
Yeah, I mean, we're bitterly disappointed, and after all the practice and hype and excitement and anticipation and being able to take the grid in this series, it came to a bitter end very, very quickly. So we're pretty disappointed, but well, you know, about 400 laps on my end, probably another 200 on Richard's lap count, plus all the E-Series laps that these guys have done. It's yeah, pretty tough pill to swallow, but we put a lot of effort into the car, into the setup that hopefully we can transfer later on into the series, and hopefully we'll be able to show that pace off later in the endurance car.
Yeah, how do you guys feel then, obviously now out of this one, which is unfortunate, obviously, how did all that unfold? Because Richard was a long way down at the start. Did he get involved in that turn 1 incident? We didn't really catch it. There were so many people off the road at turn 1 that I think it was like half the field.
Yes, we were the car that got spun by the concertina effects. We ended up in the grass there, backwards in the TTR Mustang, and then got collected, unfortunately, by our teammate on front end to front end. So that put our car on a bit of a, you know, ticking time bomb, I guess, because yeah, the engine would blow a few laps later, and we were down about 20 kilometers an hour on speed. So we're hopeful that we could get enough safety cars and repairs to be able to get back out there. But yeah, she's all done and dusted now. So Richard and I will be doing some spotting and having a look at some of the strategy calls that we can help the team out with, which is quite exciting, given there's a lot going on at the moment.
There is a lot going on, and we just saw it on the replay, and bang, yeah, oh, that was a hard lick as well from your teammate. That was not a light one. It's a 47 to Stenberg too, so that's where that damage come from, Sam, man, early on in the race that we were worrying about. But another thing as well, obviously now, is the strategy playing out? We're thinking that everyone's sort of pitted around that 40-odd window to get 65 laps out of this stint to put you around lap 96 to do another 65 on that's the end. Do you think that's how it's playing out without a safety car?
Yeah, at this stage, that's certainly what we're aiming for, and definitely want to call out that what you picked up with Michael Healy in the 59 is that this was a calculated risk. This is what Michael is exceptionally good at, is being able to match a lap time that he is capable of rather than race the cars around him. And the idea of, given that Ethan rudely qualified it from the front row, is that we were kind of only had the option of starting Ethan, otherwise Michael would have his ears boxed in regardless. So being able to do that first stint with the A driver actually puts Michael in a great position to just kind of run his own race, and that's where he's at his best. Yes, his lap times aren't that flattering, but we acknowledge that, so that he can clear his laps before that 96 critical lap, and then put Ethan in the car to then run home to the finish. So that's how that's kind of working for our car. For the 59, and then with the 77, you would have seen the opposite of what happened with Aaron just trying to keep the car on the black stuff, which is the most important part for the co-driver, and he did a phenomenal job of that. And now Madison's going to bring that car back up towards the front slowly and surely, and then we'll see how that car ebbs and flows throughout the course of the race. So there's not too much concern here, but that's basically the thought process between the B and A drivers when you've got cars qualifying towards the front and cars in the middle, is that you've got to take a balancing act there.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I like that. Yeah, you go, Sam, man.
Guys, just going to watch one of the TCR cars make a move there. They're going to be side by side. That's the one thing I love about with the endurance racing, that so many different strategies can play out with your different driver types. Like, regardless of how the race has panned out in qualifying, so many things can play a role as far as what driver you've got at the right time.
Yeah, exactly. And acknowledging that every co-driver here is not a full-time driver in the Invitational series, and there will be a good portion of us who haven't even driven the car that much at all this year, and myself and Michael included, and we even have Joe and Colin as well, who haven't done a serious amount of laps in this because we drive either other cars or other sims. So it's all about knowing your own limits, and that's the key of endurance racing, as you guys will know, and just trying to keep the car clean. And then of course you've got this crazy strategy limitations of the 65 laps, the 54 minimum, that really makes it I guess a fun challenge to work out how you want to phase your drivers. So it's really exciting to see how this happens, and you've got some great lineups in Trans-Tasman Racing, in heaps of other cars as well that you've called out throughout the course of the race, where you've got a lot more flexibility in terms of what drivers you can put in, where and when. But obviously it's a similar challenge for everyone else, but the flexibility is a big a big selling factor, I think, of having really experienced drivers. So yeah, it's an exciting race, and we're only just getting started here. We're not even at the halfway point, and we're talking about strategy solely in this interview, which is great.
Yeah, trust me, we've been going on about it for the first part of the race. After everyone decided they wanted to calm down, it was a bit like, okay, now where do we go from here? And I honestly didn't think about it until everyone came in on lap 40 of the working backwards in terms of the lap count. And then when I brought it up, I went, that makes sense. Now it's trying to figure out how everyone's going to play it, because I was saying, and one thing I want to pick your brain out, what if the safety car comes out? Because I would love one around that 75 to 80 just to ruin everyone's plans, just to liven it up. How do you guys think that's going to play out for me if that happens? Harsh,
Well,
very
well,
harsh.
So now we do need to get the sketchbook out. You put the commentator's curse on the entire field now.
That's right.
I mean, it's inevitable. So the fortunate news is that everyone will be in the same boat, I guess. I think one thing that also needs to be considered is whether you can cover a driver change in your fuel drop, which is also a fairly tight window, but can be managed as well. As you said, that lap 96 consideration is the main thing to get to. So, you can easily do that with a driver swap or without, depending on when the previous driver got in. So, haven't put much thought to it yet, but I guess I'm going to have to go now and talk it out before it inevitably comes out now that we've mentioned it. So, I might need to wrap things up.
I've been mentioning it quite often right now. I would love it. I think I've mentioned it 3 times.
He's been saying it from lap 10, I think. He's been hanging for a safety car, so...
No way, we were hanging out for lap 10 as well to replace some damage, but... Murphy's Law, it'll happen. It'll happen now, but Well, we also had 5 minutes of repair, so we almost, ironically mentioning Murphy, we always did the Murphy 5 minutes kind of thing, but yeah.
No, I think it's definitely going to be one of those races, and I think we will get one safety car. It'll have to happen here at some point. If we go 161 laps, and you guys have all done a really good job, but we'll let you go, Ross. Let you get back to the chaos of TTR, and hopefully you guys can all be there near the end.
All right, thanks so much, guys. Have a great call.
Thank you.
Mate, thanks for stopping in.
My pleasure.
And that was Ross Rizzo, unfortunately out for today, but now takes over the duties of team manager and strategist. Himself and Richard Hampstead will now focus on getting the rest of the TTR cars across the line near the end. And Sam, man, they're all working on that number. Now I definitely think we need that safety car. Just saying.
Well, it's a good variable, and it's obviously something that these teams have to keep in the back of their mind, because it's something that can, make your race either go from, a winning opportunity to a losing opportunity. If you don't think about all these different variables, that can bite you in the backside, And I said there's going to be times where these teams have actually got numbers in there, with a pen and paper saying, if we get a safety car, this is great at this time, but if we get one here, this is bad, So they'll think about, and they'll have steps. As we see now, cars have got a possibility of a 3 wide down this back straight, possibly.
Henry King, Greg Pavel, and then that is Jake Burton in behind. He's trying to maximise. He's actually lapped down in this battle pack, so he's out of it. Jack Boyd is watching brief going into turn 6, down the hill through 7, 8, and into turn 9. They all managed to sort themselves out, which is they've done really well to do that. Greg Pavel managing to capitalise in front of Henry King, who's got a lot of damage. Jake Burton's now going to try and get around the outside. He is a lap down. He's 37th position at the moment, something that Jake would not have been picturing himself in at the moment.
No, absolutely, and unfortunately, drivers. I think I've been in positions like this too, where you're in a race and your race is. It's not over early, but it's to the point where he's struggling. He's a lap downer, but he's still got pace on board. So he's got to be careful about making moves around some of these drivers. As we say, Sim Hayden, he's driving into the pits now. Is this going to be a driver swap? Looks like not.
It's an interesting one because they just pitted, didn't they, not long before? I have to get Luke to bring. I'm trying to look up on my timing when they last pitted now, but because it's updated. So they last, it would have dropped out of the top 10, which is obviously the shame of that one, right when Luke brings it up. So he pitted 27 laps ago. It's an interesting call to come in this early, especially considering that one. But yeah, they've come in now and thrown them up. Something must have been happening there with that SSR Commodore, because that's an early call then to come in pit lane.
How easy does it look for Dane? He's just sort of... He's just hitting his marks, eyes forward, got no pressure around him. He's probably having a bit of a Sunday chat there with Jared, probably talking about the grand final tomorrow, who knows. But look, I think he's in a good position, isn't he? Like, he's just not doing anything wrong. He's just thinking about what number he needs to make and then handing it back to Jared. And, mate, when you can do the job as a co-driver, it's such a good feeling, isn't it? Especially when you contribute it. And, like, they were second, I think, when he got the car handed to him. Managed to make the jump when Kostecki pitted and handed it back over to Murray. So, I think he'd be pretty happy with his day so far.
I think he will be. I think he'll be pretty happy. In the real grand finals next week, Sam, and we both know that. That's going to upset some people, but I don't care. The real grand finals next week. That's the big one. as Pasquale. He's done a really good job actually in this stint as you pick up on him. He's just gotten around Michael Healy. Like we said, it was good to pick up on that and actually pick Ross's brain about where Healy's at. He's just running his own race, and he's done a really good job of managing that. Still inside the top 10 at the moment, but Anton's done a good job. They're outside the top 10 and 11, and in this stint he has managed to pull his way back inside that top 10. I think 36 seconds away from the lead, so a safety car can really bring them back into it. And he's in that top 10. It looks like the damage isn't hurting him either.
Yeah, absolutely. And we touched on how quick he was in practice. So him pitting early, getting those tyres on, making the most of that run. Now he's got himself clear air. He's got good pace, and he's not losing incredibly too much. So I think he'd be quite happy at the moment. He would be loving the idea of a safety car because that really puts him right back in the thick of things. So, it's just about waiting to see how the race unfolds now.
Yeah, definitely that'll be the case of waiting to see what unfolds for Anton De Pasquale. He uses all the curve a little bit more out there and manages to hold on and keep going. But one man I think we'll all want to hear from, and that is the man that had an amazing first stint, Jared Filstel, able to get out there, get the job done. And now Dane is just cruising. He's having a nice Sunday drive out there, isn't he, Jared?
Yeah, he's hitting a number, hitting a field number. Just cruising really. I'm just scrolling through the field looking at who's got what. Surprisingly, fellow teammate Luke Rosella's already on the back of Cooper Murray, so he's looking really, really strong at the moment. He's not too far off of Dane's pace, which is very good for him.
Yeah, it definitely looked like that. He's shown a lot of pace in this stint. We did mention that he was sort of just by himself and then started to obviously drop Michael Healy in that first sort of portion of this stint, but now it definitely closed up behind Cooper Murray. But how was your first stint? How was that traffic at the end of that stint? That was chaotic from where we were standing.
I didn't expect to catch traffic so early, to be honest. It was a massive train of just cars, the constant cars. I had to get someone to read me the blue flag rule because I didn't know if there was actually one in this series or whatnot. But everyone was all very kind, which was nice. There was nothing too crazy. I wanted to fight. I wanted to pit first. I didn't want to be behind Brody, but unfortunately got to slow down and had to let him go, and then just tried to save a little bit of fuel while I was just cruising behind him there.
Yeah, I wondered whether that was I did mention it must have been a slowdown off a turn 7 curve, was my guess at it, because that's what it originally looked like. But yeah, you did a good job just to hold on, and then that pitting early, I figured that was just get Dane out in front and then just let Dane do his thing, which obviously we're seeing right now is a 12-second gap out at the moment.
It was actually turn 4, which was surprising. I had no idea that you could even get one there. I just had to half throttle down the straight and it still wasn't doing much, so I had to give up the position. I didn't really want to fight it too hard, but we pitted when we had to. We had no fuel left in the car, so I tried my hardest to save fuel behind Brody, but he wasn't saying much. It was pretty radio silent for that whole stint, which is not the norm. I just tried to save as much fuel as I could, and we just couldn't quite get that extra lap. We were probably 1 litre short, so had to come in.
Yeah, that's a really weird one. I would have thought you guys would have been all over the radio, but one of those things it's one of those things. Sam, any questions for Mr. Jared while we have him?
Mate, I want to know what you're like as a spectator, mate. Are you nervous? Are you twitching? Like, what's going on? Are you comfortable? 12-second lead is not too shabby as we approach the halfway mark of this race. What do you do when it's not your turn to drive? Are you you're focused and you're straight back into it, or do you take some time away from the rig?
Generally. I haven't got out of the seat yet. I probably need to. I generally stay around. Normally, like normal procedure, just stay around for the first 5 laps. Watch pit exit if there's any dramas or anything like that. Then usually just go away from the sim for 5-10 minutes. Do any blue breaks or whatever I need to do. Just come back and spectate and just talk.
Now, if everything goes to plan, obviously you're not going to give away too much, but you thinking about jumping in soon, or you might double stint? Like, you've obviously got a couple of different theories about how this may play out as far as whether there's a safety car anytime soon. I mean, we just don't know what the variables are, but you guys have sort of idea of when you think you might be back in the seat, obviously.
Yeah, we just need to be careful of that continuous lap limit. That's that's the only asterisk if there is a safety car, which it is interesting given that it's so close to the maximum stint length, and that it makes it interesting. If there is a safety car, it'll the calculator's going to be steaming.
Well, I think you'd be pretty happy with the way the race has played out so far, though, even between you and your other Boost Mobile teammate.
Yeah, definitely. I didn't expect Brody to start. They're doing something alternate, so yeah, fingers crossed. If there's a safety car, it probably won't work out in Brody's favour, given Cooper's more likely to end the race. Just with a straightforward green run, I think the SSR 55 could potentially jump them if Brody can't yield a good gap in the next stint coming up.
Mate, just one more thing. Just have a word to Brody about those wheels, mate.
Oh my God!
That's a bit of a retina burner, those ones.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I didn't give approval for that, but yeah, I'm sure Barry and Shannon, if they're watching, they'll probably cop it in full for those. They are shocking.
I was going to say, he might not do too much wrong tonight, but if he did one thing wrong, that'd be it.
Yeah, definitely. At least you can tell the difference between both cars, I guess.
That's
quite
exactly
easy.
right. That's what I said in the broadcast, so at least we'll be able to separate the two.
Yeah, I think that's a bit of a mistake there on Brody's behalf in renaming a team and not thinking about the rim choice colour.
Never mind, mate. If that's the only thing that goes wrong for him tonight, then I think they'll be pretty happy.
Oh, yeah. Well, fingers crossed. It's still a long, long way to go. Not even halfway, I don't think. So, yeah.
Yeah, not even halfway, and we're still here going. I don't know how we're going to get through this. It's going to be a long one. But, no, awesome job so far. And send our wishes to Dane, doing a good job out in front. And see how you guys go for the rest of the race.
Yeah, cheers. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hey, mate.
That was Jared Vilsell, obviously out in front with Dane Warren at the wheel of the SSR Boost Mobile Commodore. And we have another one, and we'll bring him down while we've got them all, while we've got a little bit of a break at the moment in terms of all the action out in there. There's still action, but, we'll get the drivers in that finished their first stint. And this is a 080 of Jamie Dyke, Blake Delaney on board, and we're standing by with his Jamie Dyke for Fishy Motorsports. And Jamie, how was that first stint in the Mustang out there?
How we doing, boys?
Not bad.
Our first stint was good. Avoided all the carnage.
To all teams. 20-second penalty to car number 18, 18.
Avoided all the carnage early on, and just got caught up behind some slower cars and decided to save some fuel.
Yeah, it's an easy way to do it. Just save some fuel. How do you guys think about this middle portion of the race? And obviously, Blake Delaney's doing a good job at the moment. He's a little bit of a battle pack at the moment behind Frid. He's doing a good job holding on to these guys.
Yeah, no, the car's got a bit more pace than Frid and Ladder, but I think they're running a little less swing than us, so they're making it very difficult to pass. But I think we've got like 11 laps of fuel on Ladder and 3 or 4 laps on Frid, so towards the end of the race we'll make a few pit to pass moments and should be right back up there with Loxton and Hinsey.
Mate, I think one thing you can be proud of at the moment, the car looks pretty straight, and there's not a lot of cars out there that I can say that about. We were surprised about how much battle damage some of these cars have got, and I think if that's the key, if you can get to over the halfway mark and you've got a pretty straight car, that's one tick, that's one box you can keep ticked, because that does play a part when you've got these cars that have got so much battle damage.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, coming out of Spa, we saw all the carnage there, and we thought, it's a lot narrower, and the walls are a lot closer here, so that was definitely the focus coming into tonight.
And for the rest of the night, where do you see yourself now, as far as you just waiting to see how the race unfolds? Is he in a position where now he just sort of sits and holds, or does he push on? What do you tell him now when he's in the seat? And like I said, he's got a couple of cars in front of him and he's in all that battle pack.
Currently, we're fuel saving quite a bit. If the boys ahead, make a mistake, he'll obviously go for it. But other than that, we're almost doing 48, getting 48 laps out of a tank. So, you know, we'll be looking pretty good towards the end of the race.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those things, I think, of how this race plays out. With the safety car, how do you guys think about where I've been mentioning it to everyone? I'm just going to keep mentioning it. I love it. I want to mess this race up, something chronic. But how do you guys think you'd go with a safety car? Is it just will it be a pit? Will it be or wherever it comes out? Is it just going to be one of those things because you have that fuel advantage now towards the end? Is that really going to hurt you guys?
I don't think so, unless the safety car, you know, picks us up instead of the leader, because, you know, we're sitting behind P6 in front of P7 at the moment, lap down. If the safety car doesn't pick up the leader, then we might get in a bit of strife, but we should be able to get our lap back and it'll work out, really.
I think you'll be happy to say that one of the guys in front of you, that was Ladder, that's just come down the pit road. So you've gained that spot, moves yourself up another position. But thank you for coming in, Jamie Dyke, and hopefully you guys can have a good finish with Blake on board at the moment, that Fishy Motorsports Mustang.
No worries, boys. Thank you so much. Have a good call.
No, thank you, and thank you for joining us, and hopefully we can bring in a couple of more drivers. I think, do we have anyone? No one else waiting. That's going to be the end of our mini driver interviews for this part of the race. It's good to hear from them, Sandman, as well, like just to get that little bit of insight. We know a little bit. We're not drivers, but we know a little bit about what's going on out there, and we can try to tell a strategy and pick it apart.
Sorry.
Oh, Dane!
That might have been the only little whoopsie he's had all night. He got that left, right rear on the grass, and my goodness, that was going to be ugly. He got away with it, so that'll be heart and mouth stuff. But yeah, it's good that, you know, speaking to those drivers as we watch the Logitech G Supercars replay. You watch him get through here, and he just got the tyres just up on the berm, and it just stepped down on a little thing. But thankfully, he held on to it, because, man, imagine throwing away a 15, 16-second lead. Look at it, just a little bit. It doesn't look like much when you look at it there, but when you're in the thick of it and you're like, oh, crap, you know, you don't want to throw away that. But it's all right, you got away with it. But it's good to hear and get an insight from those drivers, and that we were on the money with some of those calls as far as when the strategy and the last pit stop and, you know, working our clock backwards, and you're on the money there with the slowdown as well that Jared got. So well done there, Jake. But yeah, we may not be in the thick of it, but we got some sort of idea of what might be happening.
We know a little bit about what goes on in supercar land, I think a little bit. And especially we've driven, oh god, it is a battle pack. And then
here's something I know, this could be a safety car.
Yeah, here it is. Oh, and this is Ross, that's Adam Briggs down the inside of Blake Delaney. We were just talking about that car. We were just talking to Jamie Dyke, and he's going to be a little bit hard in mouth while his teammate Blake Delaney tries to hold on to his position. He's going to lose that spot, I think, to Fred, and I think that was actually one of the other ERT Commodores. There's so many now just trying to figure out where they are. None of life, but he managed to hold on and keep that position in terms of and not throw it off the road. A couple of guys coming down pit road. Anton Di Pasquale is coming.
Oh, he's going back.
He's coming
He's
down
diving back. Oh, he got sideways. Looked like a little bit sideways under brakes there. I thought that was going to get pear-shaped there for a second, but didn't give up and tried to get the move back up underneath. But thankfully, that didn't go all horribly wrong for them both.
No, they managed to hold on. He wanted to have another look at Bailey Frid, but and locked the rears a little bit under braking. Blake slotted in behind and keep going again. But yeah, a couple of people on pit road. Brad Newman now back on board the number 11 Shell V-Power Mustang behind them as well. It was Anderson came down. He's the first one off pit road. That's going to be Muggleton. So Muggleton, good to see him back behind the wheel of the TTR car, and yeah, it's good to see him back on board. He's been doing a lot behind the scene. I know he's got a lot going on, and it's good to see him out there enjoying himself back behind a V8 Supercar. So good to see you out there, Josh, and hopefully it keeps going as he jumps back on board that cool drive Mustang.
Mate, fond memories of racing with Muggo. He and I teamed up for Bathurst, and we were on for a top 5 until the dying stages. There was a crash at the top of the mountain, and unfortunately we got involved in it, and that ruined our day. But yeah, loved driving with Muggo. Lots of fond memories, and good to see him back in the seat.
Yeah, I had him as my first driver for Supercars E-Series when that started in 2019. I was his Roland Dane. He was my J-Dub.
There you go.
So definitely fond memories with Muggo. It's always been a pleasure talking to him, and always been a good mate as well. So good to see him out there enjoying himself and having a good time behind the wheel of a supercar. It's been a long time since I've seen him behind the wheel, so it's good to see him enjoying it out there. But this build battle pack as well, as we look further back of Cooper Murray, or it's not further back, but it's back out in front. Murray a little bit loose. That looked like an inside front lock, or maybe a rear lock, and that's the position loss. Rosella through up into P number 2. Good job. He bought his time. He just bided his time, sat there, waited for the little mistake from Murray, got the job done, and Phil Sell said he had good pace. Now he's got to show it.
Yeah, and if he carries that pace now, it'll be interesting to see sort of what sort of gap he pulls on Murray now. So he might have been a little bit of cork in the bottle there at the moment, but like you said, Rosella just sort of held his patience and struck when the iron was hot and got the move done. So didn't put himself in a silly position, and I think he'd be pretty happy with that. Now it's just about eyes forward and see if he can close that gap, because it's a pretty healthy gap between first and second. I think last I looked, it was about sort of, was it 14 or 15 seconds something? So 18 seconds now. So wow, yeah, definitely got their work cut out for them. But I know they're praying for safety car, but I know Phil Sell and Warren aren't wanting a safety car at this stage.
No, that definitely won't be. I think that'll be the one where they're like, no, we don't want to see a safety car right now. But they've done a really good job out in front to pull that gap and stay. And like you said, it's going to be one of those things of concentrating on what happens from here on out. But Rosella, P2, Murray, third. Behind them is Rudd, a little bit further back, Dylan Rudd with Marcelo Rivera inside the top 5. They have been the quiet little achievers, I think we can say that right now, Sam. And okay, some people have hit it and they were inside that top 5, but they've done a good job, and as I say, they've done the pit lane.
It's amazing. I'm just looking at that amount of cars that are a lap down too, all the way up to is Jones in 7th. So yeah, these guys are putting on a bit of a clinic up front, aren't they? They've got pace and they're making good speed, and unfortunately there's other people that have been caught up in incidents and their race just hasn't gone to plan, and there are different strategies of their race where they've got their A or their B driver in, but to go a lap down, especially after the halfway mark, it's starting to make things a little bit tricky for those guys now.
And that's it. If they don't catch a safety car, it's going to be hard to come back. Obviously, when the guys pit, they can get their laps back, but it's just one of those things. The track is cooling off a little bit. It is now 28 degrees as we get an hour and a half into the actual race distance. It's cooling off just a touch for these guys, so the track will be coming to the drivers, and we should see the times sort of tumble in the next stint. I wouldn't say tumble, but they're going to be a little bit better. They're going to have that little bit more extra grip. But again, you've got to try and manage that. You don't want to use all that tyre stint up early in the run. You're looking at one more stop, I think, for the guys that have just pitted. 2 more, obviously, for Warren, Rosella, Murray, those who haven't. But look at Rosella's gap to Murray. He has pulled it and gone. Yeah,
we said that, didn't we? It's just be interesting to see just how that margin opens up, and it looks like he's doing it quite easily at the moment. So he'd be happy with that pace, but the concerning thing for him now is trying to close up that margin between him and Warren for 18 seconds. That's
that's a big gap.
It's a big gap, a lot to happen, but nevertheless, you don't know what's going to happen. You don't want to wish any bad luck against anyone, but things could go pear-shaped for Warren and Phil Sell. You just don't know. But if they do everything that they've done so far, continue that on for the rest of the night, it's going to be pretty hard to stop them. But if we talk about safety cars, we talk about just little whoopsies, whether you just make a little mistake or lock a brake and, make an off, and that margin can be closed down fairly quickly.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the one thing that I think these guys out in front will be trying to manage now. Manage the risk, manage the mistakes. There's no need to go for a lap time that's... obviously, he's pushing to a lap time. He's pushing to a fuel number lap time. He's not pushing to an ultimate lap time out in front to get that. But we look a little bit further down, and as we look at P5, that's Tom Freer on board another SSR Mustang. They have got some pace out here today, I think, SSR. Obviously, we do know Rizzo and then Ross Rizzo for TTR when he came in was talking about him. And as I say that, Dave Warren on pit lane. This will be a driver swap, would be my guess, and put Jared back in the car for stint number 3.
So a healthy little margin, 18 seconds by the time they make that stop. That's pretty good. They'd be happy with that. Warren would be pretty chuffed with his driving stint as well. Know that he didn't have any dramas. He handed the car back over. I mean, that's just the fear, isn't it, sometimes, especially when you're in his spot where Jared's the points leader coming into this race. So all you want to do is just do the best job you can. Just give the car back to him and in one piece and say, there you go. Now you get on with it. So he'd be happy with it. A well-earned rest now, and he'll just be thinking about that next stint.
Yeah, that's right. And manage that next stint. See where he comes out too. He might not actually lose that much time in comparison to where he is on track. And any of the other drivers who come out around third or fourth, I think it's going to be where his margin is. I think it'll be third by the time he comes down pit lane. But that relinquishes the lead to Luke Rosella in the Synergy Commodores. Like Phil Sell said, he checkmarked him. He knew he was coming. That Wave Runner Commodore is showing up today, and he saw his pace was pretty much matching Dane Warren, and it sort of lit Phil Sell's eyes up. So he knew that this could be a car that he's got to keep an eye on. And as Phil Sell jumps on board his jumps on board his Commodore, and he's going to see what he can do and try and manage that gap that they've got.
It's always interesting when you have driver pairings coming into these long races, because it does play in your mind a little bit. You do weigh up the competition of who's driving with who, and I guess you have a little mental checklist in your head, don't you? You think, well, we've probably got the measure on this person. Oh, I don't know about this person. Oh, definitely got the measure on this person, or whatever it might be. So it's good that he's already said it to us. He said, I was always aware of what sort of pace he's going to have on board, and he knew that he was putting pressure there to move into second, and definitely got it done. So he'll be watching him now, and he'll be happy that he's now in the seat and be able to close that margin up. But it'll all change once they decide to get their pit stops over and done with.
Yeah, once everyone else cycles through for this next stint. But as we look and have a look, Aaron Borg partnering with Madison Down behind them, and Brad Newman partnering with Anton De Pasquale. And let's see what Newman's got. Looks like he has a little bit more pace than Borg in this middle part of the stint. And if you can try and set a move up down the hill. Oh, there it is. Big late dive to the inside. Nice. Borg's going to give him the room. And there goes Newman up another position in the P10.
Our top two at this stage are in the lane too. So it's all starting to play out now. These guys are just starting to think about getting these pit stops over and done with, trying to get that track position. But I'm surprised that we've gone this long. I know we keep talking about safety cars. we haven't seen it. And it's been good, clean racing in this last part of the race. I mean, it was a little bit wild at the start. Obviously, everyone gets a bit excited and the pressure goes up, and, everyone wants to do the best job they can. So it was a little bit wild at the start. But I think once we got past that lap 10 mark, I think we were pretty safe for a safety car. And at this stage, it doesn't look like we're going to get one. So, I mean, that now plays a part for these guys. They'll think about how this race is unfolding. It's like, man, what sort of margin have we got? Who are we racing against now? Because there'll be people that'll see this race play out and say, right, if we don't have a safety car, there are people that we just, if we look forward, looks like someone's detonated a motor. Just in front of Brad Newman, I just look in front, there's a car smoking. Now, could this be a safety car?
This could be a safety car, and it's now the point of, can they limp it back to the pits? We did see Hampstead able to limp one back to the pits at that position.
They limp for so long, though, don't they?
Yeah, they only limp for so long. Blake Warboy is unfortunate. He has had some good runs too, but a lot of damage to that Mustang. You can hear it. It's still got life, so he's going to limp it.
Yeah, I think he'll be fine.
Yeah, he'll be fine. He'll get it back to pit lane, but that has detonated. That was nearly your fault. That was nearly your commentator's curse. I was going to say, that was Sandman. That was not me.
But you will check mark people in this race to say, right, we need to work out who we're actually racing. There'll be people that are way too far down the pack that if this thing goes green, they're not going to touch Phil Sell. If you're back in 15th, 20th, that's not someone who's on your radar. So you will look at who you're racing against, and that's what you have to start thinking about. So, yeah, that was a curly one. That could have been a bit of a game changer, especially with Phil Sell's just made his pit stop.
Yeah, and a couple of people were just sort of on pit lane at the same time with Kostecki and El Nabi. Kostecki has lost a bunch of time. He is now P number 7. I don't know whether that's just Murray losing time in terms of pit stop cycle and everyone else undercutting them, but that's a fair way down than what I was expecting them to happen. I'm going to try and see if I can have a look lap time-wise if anything happened on board with him, but that's an interesting one.
Yeah, I think, like you said, he did lose a little bit of time, and I guess maybe just with everyone else making their pit stops. Hopefully it was all clean and there wasn't anything as far as an off-track or something rejoining or coming out on cold tyres or whatever the case may be. So it might have just been the situation where they were in, just that was the way it all played out when they did the driver swap and the time loss that you lose in pit lane.
Yeah, and it could have also been the end of the run. A bunch of these guys around them did pit earlier than them, and it could have been one of those factors of, okay, they gained this amount of time now, but now Brady's going to try and gain that amount of time back. So Brady will do that. He'll do a good job to be able to gain a time, but compared to obviously old Navi, who just passed them, they're a couple of seconds up the road. This battle is currently going on. Hayden Feld with Jake Maloney behind, and this is for 4th and 5th on the road. SSR versus TTR out there at the moment. And, it's one of those races now where 19
Yeah, absolutely, and that's huge for them because they know really what they've got in front of them, and it can be a little bit disheartening too sometimes. Where at the end of the day, if you've got that much of a gap, you're just like, oh my goodness, how are we going to make this change? How are we going to get this back into our favour? So, at the end of the day, it's not all over. I mean, I think everyone sort of takes a little bit of a sigh of relief too sometimes when it gets to about lap 100. They can start thinking, right, we are now getting to the closing stages. But man, at the end of the day, it does put a little bit of pressure on when you see that huge margin that you got to close up.
Yeah, especially for these guys in the back, like 2nd and 3rd, you're thinking, okay, we're in this with a shot. You look at 20 seconds down the road from Phil Sell and Dane. It's a bit of a disheartening sort of feeling, but it is what you got to do. It's one of those things where you got to try and just get to the end and go, okay, anything can happen in this race, and anything will happen in this race. There's still a long way to play out. We've only just crossed halfway, mind you, Sam. We're halfway through this, an hour and 46 minutes into this thing. And let's see what Maloney can do with Bell. I don't think he's going to push the issue, but it looks like he has a little bit more pace at the moment.
Yeah, and don't you love it too when you're a driver and you're in the seat, you've probably just got that little bit more of pace about the people that you're racing around you. So look, at the end of the day, I think he'd be quite enjoying himself. Thankfully you're putting yourself in a decent position, top 5 in this race so far. It's all about buying a ticket to the end, isn't it? You just want to be there or thereabouts, and at the end of the day, you just want to be in contention, and then if a safety car comes out, man, bunch it all up and it all gets serious then.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those things of if that comes out, if that plays the card of bunching this field out, how do people manage that as well? Phil Sell, they definitely won't be wanting that, but at the moment, Phil Sell out in front of the Logitech G Supercar Pro Invitational here for the Sandown 500. Phil Sell out in front, El Nabi in P number 2, with Emily Jones right now in P number 3. We're going to go to a quick break here. We're going to turn it up, let you to listen to the V8 Supercars around Sandown. Welcome back to round 7 here of the Logitech G Supercars Pro Invitational. Sandown 500, 97 laps in the books of 161. Jared Philstar out in front after a tremendous second stint, or first stint for himself, second stint of the race from Dane Warren to move themselves 20 seconds clear right now of the SSR Commodore Forzan El Navi and Luke Rosella. They have done a tremendous job currently in P number 2, have moved themselves up. They got around Cooper Murray last stint. Now just managing their gap right now in P number 2. And third at the moment it is Emily Jones aboard the 22 TTR Commodore. She is sharing the car with Brady Myers, and she's got a bunch of company behind her with Veld, Hayden Veld, as well as Jake Maloney inside that top 5. But Sam Met just obviously past halfway, coming up to get under 60 odd laps to go. When you see that lap 100 tick over, you know you're nearing that end of the race.
Absolutely. I mean, me for a spectator too, and lucky enough to do, you know, races like this on different platforms. You know, you do aim for that 100, lap 100, and it's like, right now we've got the dying stages. You start thinking about when that last pit stop's going to be, so you can make it to the end if everything goes to plan. So yeah, this is where we're at, lap 100 approaching, and just, yeah, it's. I'm just interested to see what they're going to do about this 20-second margin to Philsell.
Yeah, it's the big talking point is how much of a margin I think Philsell and them have pulled out right now out in front. Burke has jumped in, or Haydenfeld has jumped in for Wayne Burke. He's got to jump back on board the 89 Commodore for SSR, so they've just pitted. That's a little bit further back between Robert Gibbs, who we spoke at the start of the race. They've done a good job from 24th, currently P number 14 at the moment, just behind Brian Borg, Gianni Lutzu as well in front of them. So they've done a good job as well to make up some ground, and one of the closest battle packs that we've got besides that other battle inside that top 10. But there are battles everywhere all through the field.
It's a nice problem to have in a series like this, isn't it, where you got good battles up and down the field regardless. You know, you don't have to be up the front. We say it all the time, and the proof's in the pudding. You know, you see these battles that take place throughout, up and down, all the way through the grid, and it's just, it's a credit to the teams that are involved. It's a credit to the drivers. It's just, yeah, I just love what racing we've produced so far in such an early, you know, championship series. You know, it's the first one for this year as far as the Logitech series, and I just, yeah, I'm pretty happy with I think the way everyone has behaved, and the racing has been really good. So I can't believe it's already round 7 though, to be honest, and here we are for Sandown and almost time for Bathurst. I can't believe it.
I know, it's one of those series that's gone a lot faster than I thought it was going to be, especially from our point of view for commentating wise. It's gone fast, super fast, and then we're going to be talking about next season anytime soon, which will, I'm sure they'll kick it up a notch, and we'll take it to another level next season. But at the moment, we look on board with Emily Jones and Jake Maloney, the 2 TTR cars, fighting it out over 3rd and 4th. This is for a podium position. And even though your teammates, I'm sure you would have been the same, Sam, man, fighting for a podium is just that little bit special when it comes down to an endurance race after 161 laps.
I mean, absolutely. You want a podium. Who's the first person you want to beat too? You want to beat your teammate. So yeah, look, they'll race each other hard. They'll race each other fair. But at the end of the day, yeah, I think that everyone's just doing a cracking job, but yeah, a podium at the end of the day is pretty good. And Emily's doing a cracking job. And like I said, I had the pleasure of racing with Emily for endurance races at Bathurst, and really enjoyed the time that we had. She's such a good steerer, and just to be part of this TTR group, we're pretty lucky to have her on board, and she's certainly getting the job done. No easy feat in this series, and to be running up front the way she is it's no real surprise to us, actually.
No real surprise. She knows how to steer one of these cars. She's been doing it for quite a while now, actually, as Emily Jones steering one of these cars. But one of the other TTR teammates that we can bring out is none other than Kurt Stenberg, who is aboard the 47. Not at the moment, obviously. Colin Warwick is behind that. But steady. Not been the race I think you guys would have been hoping for, but tell us about how the first portion of this race is for you guys.
Yeah, not great. We got involved in that incident at turn 1, and we made contact with our sister car with Ross Rizzo when he was facing backwards, and it's taken all of our straight line away. We've got a bent up bonnet, so that's been a big struggle for us, and I feel like the car's really good, but we just can't do anything with it because this place is just 2 drag strips.
it's pretty close to 2 drag strips. That's one way of putting it, 2 drag strips. And especially because the way some of the cars look like they're running a little bit less wing than others. And I think obviously the damage didn't help at all, and especially being your own teammate. We spoke to Ross before. I think of all the cars he would have not wanted to get hit by in front to minimise the damage to the rest of the team would have been another car. But that was all carnage from the race on at the start. How was that in that battle pack too? Because you were amongst it with everything that was going on as well.
It was interesting. Our car, once again, didn't have the straight line, so I was just trying not to get involved in it all. I was just trying to sit back and try and stay with the pack because I knew that the draft would mitigate some of the straight line loss. But yeah, some interesting things going on. People all over the shop, so I was just trying to stay and avoid any more trouble that could have possibly happened because you don't want to make the problem worse.
It would have been heart and mouth stuff too, where you see you obviously get caught up in a first corner accident, but then when it's your teammates, like, oh, are you kidding me? What's going on there? Like, obviously it was all out of your hands, but it's just bad luck, isn't it?
It is bad luck, and especially that they were involved in it as well. And I mean, I probably could have avoided them, but it all happens so quick when you're in an incident like that, and you're trying to avoid everybody and not make the incident worse. And yeah, just nowhere to go, and there's a TTR car directly in front of me, and head on into them.
Mate, speaking of TTR cars, we're watching this battle now. We've got Jones below. Kostecki was having a bit of a sticky nose there. I thought that was going to be very interesting at the moment, but we've got, what, 4 or 5 cars that are just nose to tail, all battling for the last step on the podium. This is awesome. Oh, just seeing, Kostecki's pretty keen, isn't he, though? How much does this play for you, Kurt? Like, you see that these battles, you know, if your day ends early, how do you guys help out for the rest of the team at TTR?
We haven't done much yet. I actually haven't gone out and spoken to the guys yet, but I probably will try and help out a little bit with strategy and keeping an eye on what's going on. I mean, obviously, we're all on a bit of safety car watch because there hasn't been one yet, and I can imagine that something's going to happen at some point where someone's going to get over ambitious and fire it down the inside, and it's not very far to a fence here. So that'll be trying to help everyone work out the strategies when that eventually happens. Is probably going to be what I'm going to be doing for the rest of the day.
I think we're all going to be doing it after how many times I've mentioned safety car tonight in this broadcast, but the commentating curse has not worked at all. But thanks for coming up and joining us, Kurt. I'm fortunate that you guys have managed damage, but try and see where you guys can manage for the rest of the race.
No worries. Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
Keep your chin up, mate.
Thank you. It was a pleasure there to have Kurt Stenberg jump in and join us here from TTR. And none other than what is going on screen, watching all the other TTR cars at the moment. It's getting a bit airy out there.
Absolutely. Like, you can just see how they're all just pushing now, and like Kostecki's made up that ground, and now he's pretty keen. Like, and when you're in this position, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th, they can see they're only a stone throw away from that last step on the podium. So, you know, the heart rate goes up a little bit, and they're all having a red hot go. But so far, so good. No one's done anything silly. A little bit sideways there. So Kostecki's going to get a move around the outside. Yep, he'll get the job done. So now it's about pushing and putting pressure on Jones now to try and get that position.
Whoa, a little bit of an inside front lock there, entering the back straight for Emily Jones. But here comes Brody. We knew he was going to be quick. We did mention it when he jumped on board. He may have lost a couple of spots in the pit stop cycle, but here he comes. He has the pressure rubber of everyone out there at the moment, I believe. So let's see what he can do with that fresher tyre advantage with those that wheel choice. We're going to have to... That's the one thing. The one thing he's done all wrong is that wheel choice. But we'll move on and see what he can do coming into turn 11. Not going to have a dive. But yeah, there it is. The freshest tyres of everyone besides El Nabi, who came down at the same time with him. But in this battle back, he's got the fresher rubber. But look at the run that they get out of the back corner. Maloney, obviously... just a little bit further out. Who is that? Is that one of the other cars of TTR in a little bit of a train that was giving him a bit of a hurry up? Kostecki down the inside though, gonna get the job done and moves himself up into P number 3.
Yeah, they won't worry too much, and like you said, when you take on the fresh tyres and all that, it's like, well, you know what, just let him go. If he's got a little bit of pace on board, that's all right. Then what the TTR team just need to do is just work together, just eyes forward and think about that next pit stop. Don't worry about getting caught up in trying to slow down Kostecki. He's obviously got some decent pace on board, and that's exactly what they've done. They've let him go through, and well, not let him go through, but he's managed to get his way through, and now they just need to push on and just go eyes forward.
Yeah, it's all they need to do now, concentrate on ice forward. And that's actually Ethan Warren in amongst that little battle pack that was. They actually came down pit road just before as well to pit. So he's actually just in there in P16. He's in the middle. He's that other TTR car that is in that train that I was trying to pick up on. He has come down for that pit stop, and he will most sure be in the car all the way to the end of the race. So let's see what he can do. He's most sure going to get past Emily. I don't think Emily will fight him too hard because he knows, she knows he's on fresher rubber. And we'll be trying to maximise as much as he can.
Yeah, it all looks pretty straightforward now, doesn't it? Like at this stage of the race, it's like, all right, we'll just, sometimes it's smarter just to move out of the way and let the race unfold the way it is. No point pushing on if you're not in position, tyre grip-wise or whatever the case may be. But everyone's done a valiant job, like to be 107 laps in and not see a safety car. I think it's a credit to everyone involved. And as much as we'd like to see one as a game changer, it's good that everyone has been smart enough that we haven't had to result in a safety car, which has been great.
That's exactly right. I think the first portion of the first 10 laps were like, we're not going to get through this race without seeing 5 safety cars. But now we're at the point of 108. We haven't seen one. They all put their smart hats on and driving hard, as Jamie Dyer, who we spoke to earlier, down the inside. We're going to make that position and move himself up into P number 25. Got a little bit of a gap to make up. Those are the cars in front of him, but that was Jamie McKnight who we got around. Behind them, it's a bunch of other cars. Chris Ireland, got Bradley Ford, who had obviously as well a pit stop infringement of drive-through penalty. So he has been on the chase back to try and make up as much ground on the 117.
I just put myself in these drivers' positions now. It's like, are they itching to get back in? Are they waiting for something to unfold? Are they happy with their car? Because it's at a point, there's only so many things you can change in that car to make it sort of behave. You get your bars, you move them around a little bit, you can play with some pressures or whatever, but at the end of the day, your majority of your setup is there, and if it's good, it's good, and if it's not, there's not much else you can do about it. Play with those bars a little bit, and hopefully it smartens it up a little bit, but I think at the end of the day, they all have got some sort of idea of who they have to fight against now, and it depends on too, is like, you want to put that driver in just to get that stint done, but sometimes it's good to have a fresher driver in towards the end of the race, regardless of what the conditions might be, where you can only do X amount of laps. Some people will say, right, we'll put our good driver into the end, but if you can put a fresher driver in the end, that can be a bit of a game changer as well.
Well, that's exactly right. It's a lot more mentally taxing as well when you're in a sim for a good portion of an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, especially when you're in Le Mans. It's one of those things where you go, okay, I'm running on board, and it's hard to manage. But one of those other things that you got to manage is jumping in and out of different cars. Gianni Lutsu has driven a Super 5000 car. So he's obviously got the talent out there at the moment. He's showing a really good job of it. Currently sitting inside that top 10. I think this has been one of those really good, solid drives for him and Dylan Rudd. We knew Dylan Rudd has been performing exceptionally well since he came in. But obviously, he's got a good teammate behind him as well.
Absolutely, a little bit jealous he's had a steer of the 5000 too. That's like how much fun that'd be. But just goes to show, like we've got, we touch on and everyone's well aware of some of the supercar drivers that take part in the series. But we do have a lot of people that have their life in real motorsport, which is a real credit to them. And that's awesome when you get people that have got real world experience that take part in these championships, and they really take it to them. Like running top 10 in this series is pretty respectable. So. It shows that racecraft really follows through on this series, and it'd be interesting to see some of the likes of our front runners in real cars, just to see how that carries over too.
Well, yeah, it's as well one of the other drivers that isn't here that has been in that sort of right up the front was obviously Ethan Gringold, who is not here. He's racing in the National XL Series, and he picked up 2 race wins today, getting the biggest margin in the series in race 2. So a lot of these guys jump from here to a real-world car and are able to perform exceptionally well at whether it's national level or obviously supercar level. and we know how good those guys are. But Jared Fieldcell currently out in front after 110 laps here of the Sandown 500 in that Boost Mobile Commodore. And Fieldcell and Dane have done a tremendous job. They've got a 20-second lead, but the gap hasn't really fluctuated that much since Sam and Alby's done a really good job to sort of keep it at 20 seconds.
Yeah, I think at this stage now, I guess, if we talk A and B drivers, it's only a letter as far as just to determine whether they're part of the series or whether they're not. But I guess when you've got your A drivers in, it does sort of level the playing field a little bit. So, but at this point too, Fieldcell now finds himself in traffic too. So this is a case where he could be minding his own business, and one of these things could go sideways, and it could ruin his day. So he'll be very mindful about what's happening in front of him, and mindful of that 20-second margin. But the good thing is there's no pressure at this stage.
No pressure at all for him to force anything. It's one of the things as well, though, is looking through this paddle pack. This will be all the way up to P number 8, as Brad Newman is the front of the train. Then you got Aaron Borg there, and Gianni Lutzu, and the rest of the field follows on from there. He's going to be hating it because that's the second time he will catch a massive train in his stint, whereas Dane didn't really have a massive train that he had to contend with. Dane was just out there picking them off one by one, but now Fieldcell's got another 6 or 7, 8 cars that have to play with in this battle pack that he's going to have to work his way through. But in front of it is Newman doing a really good job moving himself inside that top 10, and Borg done a really good job. Aaron Borg, I have to tip my hat to him as well. Obviously drove in the Supercars E-Series with Madison down, and he decided to bring him on board for the Logitech G Supercar Pro Invitational. He's done a really good job to get that car clean.
Absolutely. And a lot of people say on the service, these cars are up there with some of the most difficult to drive. So, I've got friends that race in iRacing, and they're like, why do you race supercars? Like, they're incredibly hard to drive. It's like, I just love it. Like, we all love it. It's our homegrown sport. But, it's not as easy as what people think. You can get into some GT cars or whatever the case may be when you've got a little bit of help with traction control and all the rest of it. But, these are tough to drive, and it's good to see when these guys jump in. It's not all just beer and Skittles all the time for them.
No, it really isn't. It's definitely one of the hardest cars to drive on the service. I think a lot of people can vouch for that when you jump in one of these cars, especially those in GT guys. They jump in one of these and go, yeah, that was hard. That's not what we want. But it's one of those things of, as I know, a lot of people jump from a GT car and jump in this and go, how do you drive it? It's just we're used to it. We drive it so much that we're so used to driving these things on the ragged edge. Obviously not as quick as these guys. That's why we're in the commentary booth and not out there racing.
Yeah, I'm jealous. I had a crack. I tried. I was never good enough, but I accepted that pretty quickly, and still fortunate enough to have my foot in the door at TTR, but nowhere near the talent of these guys that race on track each week. But it's really good to see. I'm just glad to be a part of it, whether it's in the commentary box or whatever the case may be. It's good racing. I'll tell you what, it does get me itching though. I would love to be in the simulator for these races. These endurance races are always so much fun, and when iRacing introduced driver swaps, that was just a huge game changer. Like, how good was that you could race with someone regardless of whether it's around Australia or around the world, that you can have driver pairings and get out and switch drivers. Like, that's just awesome.
Yeah, that was a massive game changer, and one of the reasons of me being with Pure Sims as well is obviously Pure Sims a European team. It's obviously they're all racing European time slot, but without driver swaps and all that, obviously they still race single seater, like in terms of TCR and that, which is not driver swap races, 20-minute blasts and sprint races. As we look at a dive down the inside, Gianni Lutzu on Aaron Borg, and that was a failed attempt. And now that's Robert Gibbs to the outside coming into the second to last quarter. He's going to try and go around the long way. He's going to give himself the room. He might have scored him a little bit off the track. He showed him the door, and there it was. Wow. But that thing of like you said, doing the driver swaps, that was a massive advantage that iRacing able to brought in. You can race from anywhere and race with anyone you want.
Absolutely. So now again, we got Fieldcell now. He's starting to come up on this traffic again. So he's just looking and seeing it. It's hard.
He would have hated that.
Yeah, when you see team or drivers that are starting to race each other and giving each other side by side, not racing room and all the rest of it, you just cringe a little bit. It's like, please don't let these guys come unstuck, because he's doing everything right. And again, that margin is still 20 seconds. So it hasn't changed lap after lap, even though he's in the thick of it.
Yeah, that's right. Especially when he's in this little battle pack. And the good thing is now he's worked his way. The cars in front of him are all pretty much single file in terms of like you can get around one, slot in the next one, get around another one, slot in the next one. It's one of those cars when they're all battling like that. It just your senses get alerted and you're trying to concentrate on. I'm just going to punch out the laps and try and figure out what I can do. But a little bit further back in the pack, we've got Job Stewart, who is running on board and just running in his own little world at the moment in car number 6. And now let's see what he can do down the hill. He's got a good gap in front, behind, sorry, to Muggleton, but he's now catching this little bit of the train as well as he's trying to close in on Emily Jones for P number 5. And again, the traffic. I don't think we expected much of it. I think because we expected a couple of safety cars, but the traffic has been quite decent in terms of the way they've been moving out of the way.
Yeah, absolutely. And Phil still mentioned that too when we had him in the commentary earlier. Like he was surprised at just how quick he caught the traffic. So, and that's just a matter of, he's running quick at the front, but then there's a bit of drama down the back and they start tripping over each other, and then before you know it, they're half a lap down. So, interesting, but that's one of the nice problems to have when you're a race leader, isn't it? Dealing with lap traffic.
Yeah, exactly. That's one of the things of when you're dealing with lap traffic, you got to be nice. And here's a little bit of a talking point as we ride on board with Jared Philsell, 77. Madison Down and Aaron Borg just in front, not for position. That's to go one lap down. That'll be a bit of a blow to Madison Down. We know how quick he can be. He's obviously been very quick in this championship series, and Jared Philsell looking to maybe get this one done to move himself up. Put himself a lap down, and he's caught him quick through there. This car looks very hooked up. They've done a really good job. As Jared commercially going to try and get the drive. Yep, as Aaron Borg commercially give him the outside and give him the racing line.
Yeah, and that's a matter of them not doing anything wrong. It's just the pace that Philsell's put on board. Like you can see, there's no battle damage. There's nothing else. They've just managed to get that lap done. Yeah, they haven't had a spin. They haven't been caught in any dramas as such. So that just goes to show how quick that Jared and his teammate have been, because at the end of the day, him and Warren, we said they were going to be quick coming into it, but at the end of the day, they're showing it now. So, and for him to be starting to pick off those drivers, it's just like, wow, where's it going to stop?
Yeah, it's going to be one of those things of, and as well, when you look at back with Aaron Borg and Madison Down, they were in that little bit of a battle pack where Borg was getting shuffled a little bit in that early couple of laps, so it sort of put him in the battle. As we look back, Glenn Postlethwaite, Thomas Hinds, I feel like these cars have been glued together all race as they go through. Hinds in front, getting that position on Glenn Postlethwaite, moving himself up in a P20, which is where you want to be if you want to at least get a decent result, especially in this field. The top 20 is not bad to look at.
Well, yeah, too. They're going to argue side by side through here. Give each other a bit of room. Good racing. Look at a net code maybe just through there. But how good was that? A little bit of side by side. Both managed to hold on to it. I think that was just a little bit of net code, but well done to those two. Wow, they got away with it.
They got away with that really well. Postlethwaite all over the curb, trying to maximise and get that spot back. He's trying to have another dig. That's going to lose himself heaps of time as we look at a replay down the hill, side by side. This is what it's about, and they go. This is battling for 20th position, mind you, in a 161 lap race. Yeah, Netco contact as they went through turn number 8, but they managed to hold on. Postlethwaite could have been in the fence. That could have been the safety car, but no. He's got a little bit more talent behind the wheel, held on to it and kept going.
No safety car for you.
not today.
I always think no soup for you, but it's not today. It's no safety car for you. So, no, but good to hold on to it. That's a fast part of the racetrack, and the car's already on edge as it is. So when it gets to that part of the racetrack, and then you get a hit, and it's like, oh, it's holding on to it and heart and mouth stuff. But yeah, really good that those two were able to push on with it.
Another driver that's done a really good job, Taipan Esports, moving themselves up into a 23rd position, up 7 spots. Rehan Lianaj, I emotionally muddled that one so many times tonight, but that's all right. He's on board the Taipan Esports Commodore done a good job, but Greg Cavell moved himself up. In front of him, Jordan Ross, who we saw go flipping as well in P number 22 in qualifying. They've had a really good solid drive as well up into P22, sorry. Gain of 16 position from where they started. We know why they started down the back. They were the one that were flipping into turn number 11 when all that chaos happened, but they've managed to regain and gain as many points as they can.
Isn't it funny when we saw that happening? We thought, geez, they're having crashes and rollovers in quali. What's the race going to be like? But fairly tame, lap 120, and so far so good. Like, you know, there's been a little bit of biff and barge, and, you know, everyone's got their elbows out, but it's just been good, hard, clean racing. You see the 77 now making a move up the inside of Thomas Hinds down the back straight. Gets the job done. But, yeah, it's all been fairly good so far.
Yeah, that's Madison Down now on board. The 77 Commodore, and he will most surely be taking it all the way to the end. I thought Postlewaite was in a little bit deep then. I thought he lost the rear, but he was able to hold onto it. He was having a bit of a dig down there into Dandenong Road, but able to hold on another time through. But yeah, Madison Down done his pit stop. He's moved up. It's Warren who we're looking at now. He is obviously not pitted, and Brady Myers has pitted as well. He's slotted in now just behind him. So Warren pitted earlier. Myers has only just pitted, and that puts himself behind the other TTR Commodore. And these two teammates, I'm sure, will switch position and move Myers out in front of him.
Geez, I know Myers isn't going to drill the back of his teammate there, but geez, I always suck in the air when you see him jump on the brakes. It's when you're sitting there riding on board, you think, man, that's not going to pull up, and then he obviously does. He's in control. He's no nuffy. He knows what he's doing, but man, it makes you hold your breath for a second or two there. But yeah, these guys are not giving an inch at the moment. It's good.
And not as Maloney comes down pit lane as well. So we're starting to see the last of the pit stop cycles come down pit road to serve their final pit stop of the evening. 120 laps in the books for round 7 of the Logitech G Supercars Pro Invitational from Sandown International Raceway, and down in front, Jared Phil. So a little bit further down the field, Gianni Luzzi moving through the field in P number 7. He's sort of in no man's land. Got a couple of lap cars around him. These guys all around him. Jake Burton in front of him. Jordan Ross behind him. I think will still have to come down to serve his final pit stop, and so will Gianni as well. So these guys are sort of just running that tank as long as they can, hoping maybe to catch a safety car, depending on when if it comes out. But I don't think it'll come out in this time with the way these guys have been racing.
It's one of those heart and mouth moments, I should say. I'll put that out. But especially when people start making their pit stops and they go a lap down because they're trying to get that strategy to play out. But if a safety car was able to come out now, there's a lot of cars that, you know, looking at the top 5 that are on the lead lap.
Yeah.
So they're desperately, you know, the leaders are like, you know, I wouldn't want a safety car, but everyone else is like, man, please, not just yet. Let us get our lap back. Let these pit stops play out, and you know, you might see about the top 8 or 9 possibly with, you know, only lap down. So yeah, these guys are sort of holding their breath at the moment, but it can be a bit of a game changer. I think we've been pretty lucky so far, and very surprised that we haven't seen that safety car.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, I'm shocked. We were both mentioning it before the broadcast of there's going to be a safety car. It's not an if, but it's a when. It's one of those things we expect it. I don't expect this at Bathurst, everyone. I think Bathurst, different story. There's a lot more walls. There's a lot more concrete. There's a lot more areas of I'm stuck. I need help. That will be coming out of with the no escape rules. So I'm pretty sure we'll see a couple of Bathurst. If we don't for 161 laps at Bathurst, that would be quite astonishing. But I definitely think we'll see one there. But right now, these guys, Ethan Moore and Brady Meyer, are still battling, and Kostecki's just cruising in front of them, bringing them along, which is actually quite nice for these guys, especially for Ethan Moore, because you're getting the health benefit of the tow.
What do? You put your team hat on, mate. What do you do to close up that gap to fuel cell? I mean, I don't know that anyone's going to be able to do it without the help of a safety car, because for him to open up that gap to 20 seconds, that's been crucial in this race, because they've obviously put themselves in a decent position. They've run really well tonight, but at the end of the day, they haven't had to rely on luck and safety cars. So they've done the work, but I just find it incredibly hard that anyone's going to be able to make up that sort of distance without the help of a safety car. So I think everyone in the field except one team is just hoping for that safety car.
Yeah, pretty much. I think the entire field will be wanting a safety car. It's hard. What do? You're pushing so hard, and as I say that, Marcelo Rivera pushes Todd Ain out wide, says, there's the fence, bring me out my safety car, maybe not this time, says Todd Ain, and keeps going on. Angel Di Pasquale back in his Shell V-Power Mustang. He's maybe going to have a look down the inside. There it is, down the inside into turn number 6. This is what we're expecting later on in the race. Marcelo Rivera just rolls out of it, lets through Anton, who will be on the fresher rubber, and gets that job done after his pit stop, moves himself up another position into P number 14. But this is what we expect. The dog bombs are coming out, and from a team perspective, this is the things you look at, especially from Phil. So they'll be like, everyone's starting to get a bit antsy, everyone's starting to make the desperate moves. This could be where it happens, but you just got to factor in that could be a possibility right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just keen to see when everyone's going to tick off that last pit stop, because obviously there's still a few people that haven't done that yet.
Yep.
That's going to play a part, but I just keep thinking that 20-second margin, I don't know. But you see even the gap between El Nabi and Kostecki, that's 5 seconds. So that's obviously got a little bit of potential to be a little bit flavoursome towards the end too, because we're like 125 or 161, still plenty of time. 5 seconds isn't all that much. That's just one little whoopsie, they can be gone in one quarter. So still a lot to play out. And even, look at Muggleton, 44 seconds. That's still, within margin. That's still buying a ticket to the end. So that's good.
That's exactly right. I think they've been doing really well to put themselves in that position. And you've got to remember a bunch of the guys that have pitted before, as we say that, just Muggleton down on pit road. A couple of those guys that pitted before, a lot of like Kostecki and in that battle pack, they're going to have the fresher rubber and they're going to gain that little bit of an undercut advantage. So there could be a couple of other guys fighting in that little bit of a battle for team number 3 for that final podium spot. But we're right on board with Madison Down. Rick Kuznetsov, I think that was the flash of the brake lights to be like, inside is yours at turn 1, and I believe that looked like that was the case. Yeah. Flash of the brake light, let him through. He knows he's got a quick race car at the moment. That's through Madison Down.
And for people who don't know, that's what Jake was touching on. That is just a little bit of driver's code, that if you've got someone there behind you, you do just tap the brakes just to give them indication that you are going to let them go. So good little pick-up, Jake. So, yeah, for anyone at home who didn't know that, that was, good driving by them. The last thing you want to do is hold up anyone. So that was good.
Especially when you don't need to, as Brody Kostecki comes down into pit lane. It's still a long way to go in the race. So, yeah, just a little dab of the brake, just flash up those brake lights to be like, your corner's yours. If you can take it, take it. And that's what Madison Down did. But Brody Kostecki in onto pit lane, and that'll be his final stop of the evening. And they have put in Cooper Murray into that car as well. So Murray into the car for the final stint of this race. As we look at Gianni Lutzer. Oh, I thought there was going to be a little bit of notice of tail contact with the Type N Esports Commodore, who isn't for position, but it gets close when you're like that. Let's see whether these guys start to come down pit road as well. They'll all be looking to be in that window. Nope, or stay out and go another lap again.
It's interesting that when we had Jared in the box, he said that it looked like the way it was going to play out, that Kostecki wasn't going to be able to finish this. So it looks like that Kostecki's out of that seat now. He's handed it over to his co-driver. So that may all change. I mean, if we say the word again, probably someone's going to slap us in the back of the head. But that word safety car, I mean, he could still, depending on how many laps they need to make sure that they're all, ticket all the right boxes as far as met all the minimum laps and maximum laps and all the rest of it, they may still be able to think about putting Brody back in if there's a safety car. So not the end of the day, but probably it's interesting how it all plays out. You do want to try and put your best foot forward, but you just never know how it's going to play out sometimes.
No, that's exactly right. You gotta think on the fly. Obviously Murray now on board. Kostecki, like you said, will jump back in and get another run at it. But Phil Sell has got Burton in front of him, multiple laps down, big damage to that number 8 Commodore. And that's not been the day that Burton would have liked. But Phil Sell and El Nabi, the gap has been pretty much the same the whole way through. There has been another 5-second time penalty to car number 21 for failure to leave racing room for an instant early on. So that's Marcelo Rivera. Has got a 5-second time penalty. So that's going to drop him 5 seconds further afield. And we say that in a sprint race, at 5 seconds you're going to lose 6-7 spots. In this case, 5 seconds you might not lose a spot. So it's just basically eyes down and see what you can do and try and keep that gap at 5 seconds to the car behind.
So other than the word safety car, is there anything else that surprised you in this race? Because I think, I thought Jared was going to be quick. We knew coming into this race that driver pairing was going to be very strong. But to have that gap, that was just a good middle stint that, you know, I think it's exactly what the team needed when Jared's there having a little siesta on the sideline, just taking it easy, and for the team to gap out that by 20 seconds, that's just a nice little margin to see. Jared now heads in. This will be his final stop, no pressure, 20 seconds. It's been pretty much that for the whole stint, hasn't it? It's been pretty much 18 to 20 seconds for that whole stint.
No, that has been, and he's done a mega job as well to manage that gap, to keep all the good work that Dane did. And it's not really, there hasn't been anything else. We knew that team was going to be quick. We knew straight out the box that when we heard about that driver lineup, that was going to be the driver lineup to watch. We knew it was going to be fast. The no safety car thing has definitely shocked me, I think, a lot. But another thing as well is El Nabi has done a really good job. I think that car, of course, and El Nabi and Lucas have really showed some really good pace. I thought it was going to be, obviously we knew that they were going to be up there in terms of Phil Sell and Warren, but that car has, I think, been a really standout performance. And Phil Sell said it. Phil Sell said he was shocked, a little bit surprised at the pace that they had in that middle stint when Luke Rosella was on board, able to make up the ground to Cooper Murray and have moved himself up. So I definitely think they've been one of the standouts. There will be standouts all through the field. We're still not done yet. There's still 32 laps yet, and that can definitely change of who stands out and who doesn't towards the end of this one.
Absolutely. Been in a number of situations where we give the old commentator's curse. So, yeah, it's not over yet. And everyone will just be breathing a sigh of relief, I think, just to get to this final pit stop and jump in and make their bet as far as, you know, seeing where they are and the way it all plays out. But obviously so many unknowns, and I think it's been a credit to everyone involved that it's been as clean as it has been. I mean, you know, but yeah, we have seen some contact, but that's just good hard racing, isn't it? You know, sometimes everyone's just having a red hot go. They're excited about the idea of an endurance race, and but all in all, I think it's been a pretty good result.
No, I think so too. It's been a really good showing from these guys, and that's why they are the top 40. We mentioned it; they are the best out there. Are the main guys, and obviously they've got most probably some of the best co-drivers that you can have out there, and to get the job done like they have so far. 130 laps clean and green as Gianni Lutsu comes down pit lane. That'll be his pit stop. That will release Cooper Murray. So this is sort of where we're at. El Nabi still to pit. We reckon he's going to slot in to that second position. I don't think he'll drop any further than that with the way the pit stop time is. He'll lose about 40 odd seconds, so should drop in to that odd window there. Warren obviously will retake the lead when that happens. Murray will be third with Wayne Burke in fourth. Then it will be Corey Shepherd, Andrew Gilly and Brady Myers, Ethan Warren, Josh Anderson, and then I think it'll be Anton De Pasquale once Freya comes out of pit lane. Same with Dylan Rudd. So I think Anton will move himself up inside that top 10. So that is our current top 10 at the moment. And we're just ticking down to 30 odd laps. The final stint now with everyone on board, and Warren goes out there and sets the fastest lap of the race.
Oh, how much fun is that? When your car's handling good, pumps out a decent time, like, you know, it's good fun, isn't it? And, you know, in a position there, I think all these teams and drivers will be pretty happy with the way that their stints have been gone so far. You know, you talk about El Nabi and Warren, it's just like these guys are just enjoying themselves, and, you know, there's no pressure for these guys. And mate, you find it a little bit envious sometimes when you're in the commentary boxes, like when you die to be in those positions sometimes when you're in a team and you've got a good chance and you're in with a shot, the car's handling good, and you as a driver, you feel like you're performing pretty good, and yeah, it certainly puts a decent smile on the dial when you get out of the rig after a long race.
No, that does, especially when you do 160 odd laps, especially green 160 odd laps. It's no break. You don't get a break. It's down. That was loose. He was trying to get around the lap car. It's not over. That's a big lose from Madison Down. From P number 13, it was a lap car that was involved. Watch the rejoin, Madison.
Jeez.
He's done a good job to get away with that, but that was big.
Yeah, and I said it was not over. Like, yeah, he saved it. I knew there was no way he was going to pull it up and get off that grass. So as soon as he touched the grass, I mean, you'll see the replay where he's just trying to see where he puts himself. He gets up here, runs wide, gets off on the grass, tries to pull it up, but there he's just a passenger here.
Yeah.
And the best thing he did is just kept his foot on the throttle, kept it out of the fence, got out of the gravel. Thankfully, no one was coming around the corner because that would have been a little bit ugly if someone was on the racing line. So got away with it. Not ideal, but could have been far, far worse.
Yeah, could have been a lot worse, but good job from Madison. Kept it out of the fence, mind you. Usually when you have an off like that there, that's game over. So he did a really good job. There's never any times where you see a big accident like that and think, yeah, that's you're going to save that in terms of not hitting the fence, but he did a good job to keep that out of the fence. But these two, Myers and Warren, this is for 7th and 8th, sorry, and they've slowly been having a little dig at each other each time, making a move. Warren now, will he try and set himself up for a run down into turn number 6 on the back straight, but a good exit from Brady Myers is going to keep him in front.
I love these camera shots because it really gives you an idea of how the car's ebbs and flows through these corners. You know, you'll get a good run in the corner, and under brakes you'll see someone make some ground, and then they'll get ground on exit. But look at the way the car closes up here. It's like, is he thinking about a move up the inside under brakes? No, he just says, no, I'll just stay here and think about it for another lap. But then gets nice and close on exit. It really gives you a good indication of how these cars are handling at this point of the race. It's really a good indication of who do you think is going to be able to make that move, and whereabouts you can see who's faster in which corner and who's not.
That's exactly right. And it looks like Myers looks like obviously better drive traction, I think, out of the corners. Warren looks like he has better braking stability and mid-corner grip in his CTR Commodore, because down the straight on the drive traction, Myers just pulls that little bit. You can see it right there under brakes. Warren was closing in, but not able to get a good run, and you'll see it here. So really good run. Will he be able to get another one? Myers sets himself up and shoots himself out of a cannon and gone. Look at that. Pulls a couple of car legs on Ethan Warren, and that's definitely where that car is stronger at the moment.
Yeah, it's like what Stenny said, it's like 2 drag strips, isn't it? You know, you set yourself up through the wiggly bits, and if you can get the power down and get some good pace, I mean, that's where everyone will start thinking about, you know, what sort of wing angle they'll carry if they want to try and get a little bit slippier in a straight line, you know. But, it's always that battle about getting out of that corner and just getting on the throttle as early as you can, getting it nice and straight and try and capitalise on the car in front.
That's it, and Luke Rosella has jumped on board over on SSR. Holden Commodore to move himself, loses position, obviously lost a leader in sub-cycle, but now is in P number 2. Fresh boots should be able to pull away from Cooper Murray in that position. He's got a little bit of traffic in front, actually. Cooper Murray's got a lot more traffic than what Rosella has at the moment, but it's a good stint from Al Nabi to move himself up and keep himself in P number 2 from that chasing Boost Mobile Commodore. And then behind them, it's Wayne Burke, who's got a little bit of a gap at the moment in sort of no man's land by himself in P number 4. So there's a bit of a gap for Murray to try and focus on maybe closing that gap for Rosella. You said it was close, and it could be one that we have to watch towards the end of the race. And I think it will definitely be on our radar.
You take Warren and Philster out of this race, and it's a cracking close race, isn't it? You know, you look at the times, 23, 25 seconds, like it's just, there's not a lot in it between those cars, but just unfortunately for the rest of the field, but except for Philster and Warren, they've just done a clinic, you know, for today. It's been pretty good for them, but reasonably close throughout the rest of the field. So these guys are still all within a shot of a podium, because, you know, who knows what's going to happen over the next few laps.
Who knows what's going to happen. There's still just over 20 odd laps to go, and as I say, that little bit of a shove there between Chris Coxhead and they're going to make the move. Here we go. Matty Jones showed the Chris Coxhead a little bit of the door. Coxhead's going to have a good run out of the final corner. He's got a little bit of damage though to his Commodore, and he's going to go to the outside. He is. Look to the outside. Ooh. Big hard brake to try and get the slot around the outside, which is going to give him the inside run into turn number 2 if he can hold it there, and he's done a good job of that, Sam, man. Moves yourself up that position.
That was brilliant. He got the toe down the front straight. He was made to go around the outside, so he said, you know what, I'll go around the outside. Went out, braked in a little bit, and then just, mate, that was just a sensational run. So, mate, take your hat off there, Chris. You can go back and watch that replay. Oh, you don't know if you want to go back and watch that replay, though, Corey.
Oh, Gilliam getting the shoulders out. Was there a little bit of neck contact between himself and Shepherd, but moved Shepherd out the way, and That was another position. We look at the Logitech G Supercar. Oh, there was a little bit of contact coming out of turn number 9. So through turn 10, into turn 11, Gilliam on the outside, Shepard on the inside, takes a lot of curb. Or could have been a little bit of netco contact from that angle. Can't really tell the difference between the cars, but that's sort of what it looks like. Look at that netco bounce off the door. Let's go back live, and that's the gap that Gilliam has now been able to give himself in front of Corey Shepard at the moment for TTR in that Mustang. Is that a really good driver? Gilliam now trying to see if he can gain anything on those guys in front, but it's a good 20-odd seconds and he's close up to get anywhere near the podium.
Yeah, it's frustrating, isn't it? Like, it's part of our sport, you know, net code, unfortunately. There's sometimes it's there and sometimes it's not. And then I know it's different when you're in the driver's seat, like, oh man, come on, he hit me. And it's like, at the end of the day, if it's just that tiny bit of net code, you know, sometimes we just have to wear that. It's just one of those things. But, you know, they can still both push on. They don't have to worry about it too much, and still time to make that change, you know, whether he can get the job done or not. But at the end of the day, it's just unfortunate. It's one of those things that's part of our sport.
That it is part of our esport, something that we have to deal with a little bit. Obviously, it's easier when it's basically all Australians on the one Australian server. It's a lot nicer in that sense. It still happens, but when you start mixing people from Europe, people from America, people from Australia in one server, then it gets a bit messy. And that's when you really pull out the and obviously, yeah, I'm really frustrated as Wayne Burke just pulled out a 106.5 and sets the fastest lap of the race. So that was a good lap for the Cinchi Sim Racing Commodore.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'll take that. That shows some pace in those SSR cars. Obviously, Warren and them in the boost cars are part of that stable, so there's definitely some speed on board, but a good lap time there from Wayne Burke. Obviously in P number 9 after his second stop, or his final stop just before, where he was running up inside that top 5, but now running in P number 9 and just trying to make sure he can hold on to that position.
Absolutely, and credit to him and Synergy. Like, they've really done a good job as far as the car's handling well and he's driving well. But isn't it funny that with these races you can punch out a number because you just find yourself so far in the zone, and it's just you punch out a number and go, geez, where'd that come from? And then you think about it in practice, like you try and do it again the next day, and it's like you can't get anywhere near it. It's like, holy crap, you know. But that's part and parcel of, you know, getting in the zone and getting these stints under your belt. Like, it's funny how sometimes it comes so naturally when you start to punch out laps like that. It's just, you know, here we are, like 139. So, and the amount of countless laps that all these drivers and teams would have done leading up to this event, you know, it's amazing. You almost sort of start to think that you could probably get to the point where you could do a lap blindfolded sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. And it comes just to normality in a sense when you do so many laps like that. You just go, yeah, I've done that before. Yeah, I've done that before. And you get into that rhythm. It sort of becomes second nature when you're in that zone of a race, especially when you do so many laps. Just get in the zone. You don't need a lot of practice when you jump back in the car. You know where your marks are. You know how the car's going to react. And obviously those guys have done a lot of laps and it showed. They were able to just get the job done, make it, and jump back in. And Burke just jumped in, fresh tires, and gone, yeah, let's just do a 106.5 and set the fastest lap of the race. That'll do. But Warren started to pull away from Brady Myers, able to get that position and makes himself another spot up into P number 6, Myers down to P number 7. As we look further back through the field, Boyd, Chris Cox said they got Anton Di Pasquale as a watching brief, who was like, I just want to get around this battle, guys. You guys are a lap down. Let me try and close in on Wayne Burke, who is trying to cruise away from him. But Chris Cox said it's going to let him go down into turn number 1 and move himself up that position to get the track position on these guys who are having a big battle down further through the field. As we're coming up 22 laps to go, Sandman, and it's been one of those races where we've gone green and we didn't expect that.
No, not. And one thing I found interesting just watching Di Pasquale come out of that last turn is that I guess that's real world experience coming to this racing on this racetrack. Is that the narrow line that he took right up against the guardrail, like really shortened the racetrack. Like nearly everyone that was in shot there was out wide, but he narrowed it up. And it's like so many people do that in real world, and it'd be interesting to see if he does it again, or whether, you know, Burke in front of him sort of covers him a little bit. But it was just interesting to see him really narrow up that corner, and of course that's, you know, that just comes with real world experience, I think.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the things as well. It depends on how hard it is in a supercar. I know in the TCR cars we run right up against that fence on the exit to try and maximise our straight line speed because we don't really have, we don't have much speed to deal with. We don't have much difference in drive traction. You just got to shorten the track up as much as you can in the TCR car to gain every little bit of time. And I'm sure with these guys how hard it is to try and get that rear rotated off that curve and get the shortest run to the start-finish line. He has that experience to be able to do that. These two are still at it. Myers has been able to close back up to Ethan Warren, and they're going to put on a show right now for TTR. Will he have a look to the inside? Myers had the run. Oh, Warren's on the dirt. He's locked an inside front. He got the rear on the dirt, which locked the inside front left. Right, sorry, and he's going to get done. So that's the position to make Brady Myers up to P number 6. Now he's going to have to regain to try and get that position. But he got the left rear on the dirt, which then he released the brake pedal to try and settle the rear of the car down. Then it actually locked the inside front right going into the corner. So now they're going hard and tooth and nail. And there's Anderson. If these two keep fighting, he could be back in this.
Yeah, that's what he's thinking. He's going, go on, boys, keep going. That's all right. Let me catch up. But with teammates too, one will be laughing, snickering, going, hee, and the other one going, God damn it, So I think it's good. There's good, healthy rivalry in TTR, and that's just good hard racing, and it just shows these guys. It doesn't matter what lap it is or what position they're running in. Everyone's having a red hot go, and you can see these guys aren't giving an inch. So you can see as soon as he locked that brake, that was just an invitation to say thank you very much. But Anderson's going, hey boys, why don't you boys just mix it up and do it a couple more times so I can close this margin on this.
Yeah, exactly. He's just hoping these guys have a little bit more mistakes, a little bit more hard fighting, and then see what Anderson can do to be like, I'll just take a couple of positions. Thank you. I'm sure Muggo won't mind. He's just sitting back relaxing now. He won't mind a couple of free positions if these two start fighting in front of him. But Myers looks like he pulled out a little bit of a gap to keep that position right now over Ethan Warren, who obviously started on the outside of the front row. Would have been looking for a little bit more this race, but just the way it's played out, I think it's shocked everyone. I think we're all expecting some stoppages and some time to sort of reset and change the strategy up, but it's just been a straight all out and go. And at the moment, as we look at that, Dave Warren 25 seconds out in front, he is just cruising away, and he got on that curve then, and I thought he was about to throw it away.
Yeah,
that was a replay of before. Can we not do that again? that was another heart in the mouth moment. As we look back at the replay of everything that went down earlier on in this race, so the replay at the start between Dane Warren and it was Phil Sell and I believe it was Ethan Warren who started the car. And again, it was the initial jump from Ethan Warren was very good. The initial jump was tremendous. Down the inside though went Phil Sell to retake the lead. But as you watch further in the back, there was the contact, bang, straight into Hampstead, and then there was 4 or 5 cars around, and then bang, there goes Stenberg into the front of Hampstead, which hurt them for most of that first stint. But that was everything that happened at the start. Now here we are. So many laps later, 144 laps later, or 143 I should say, on lap 144, Warren 25 seconds out in front, commanding lead, and every time we come up to this point to start talking about him, he gets stuck on this outside curve, which is easy to do, and it drags the car all the way out, but he didn't do it that time, able to hit the apex and get a good run off the back straight.
And the beauty is, you make these little whoopsies down then, but it didn't cost him too much. He's still got that margin. You'd rather just, if it runs a little bit wide, just take your time to get back into the throttle. Don't do anything silly, because the last thing you want to do is loop it and give away that margin. So, yeah, not too bad. But Wayne Burke now on screen. He's now opened up that margin over Anton. We saw them battling. So Anton's now got himself back into the top 10. So I think he'd be happy with that. And I wonder if it's caught him by surprise about the level of speed that these guys have got in this series too.
Yeah, I think that would have been his shot coming into this. There's a lot of good guys out here, and he would have had to fight hard to get those positions out. Him and Brad Newman have done a really good job, though, to be able to bring themselves out into P10. They started 10th, and they're running 10th, so you can't really say they haven't done too bad. Madison Down currently in P number 14. He'll be kicking himself a little bit, I think, over that mistake, but it's not much you can do. It's just one of those things that happens. Corey McFarlane right now all the way down in P number 15. doing a good job though to just gain 5 spots and move himself up into that position. Then we got Lee Ellis, who's had a bit of a shocking night, to say the least, aboard that TTR Commodore. As behind him, that will be Brody Kosecki, because there goes the pick wheels, looking down to the inside to put another lap on Lee Ellis. It's Cooper Murray, sorry, I should say, that's on board that car right now.
Yeah, that car's had better days too, hasn't it? It's that just sums up their night, really. Unfortunately, when you look at it like that, it's like, well, it's not much else to say, unfortunately. But all they can do is just eyes forward now. Think about preparing for Bathurst. Obviously this race has got away from them, and if they can just have Lady Luck go their way, and the last thing you need is to get caught up in little incidents. And we saw that replay. It's half the people get caught up in accidents that just aren't their fault. You're a victim of circumstances. So, especially when teammates come together, that's heartbreaking too, isn't it? So, but nevertheless, everyone has their different races and different outcomes, and who would have thought too when we touched on see how far.
Sorry to cut you off. Ethan Warren is on pit lane.
Oh.
More fuel on board that car. Maybe didn't have enough to get to the end with the pit stop windows that they were playing, and in they come. Yeah, sorry to cut you off there, Sam. I saw someone dropping down the field, and I was trying to pick up on it through my timing. It was Ethan Warren, so obviously was fighting up inside that top 6 and 7. And this is championship implications, because he is currently P number 2 in the championship. So that's not where he wants to be, especially when his team, the person he's fighting, is currently P1.
Yeah, just scratching my head to try and think about what the case might have been there.
Yeah, it's odd. And Rosella doing the usual brake tap. He's P number 2. He doesn't want to fight Ethan Warren, who we would have seen just come out of pit lane on fresh rubber, as he's going to try and gain every little bit that he can. He's got in front of him Brick Kuznetsov will be his next one to try and do it. But yeah, it's just one of those things.
So I'm hearing that he might have tried a different strategy, possibly hoping for a safety car or something like that. So I don't know, we'll have to wait and see. But look, at the end of the day, that's what I mean. These longer races can throw curveballs at you. You try different things, and I mean, look, at the end of the day, if you had said to us we'd be at lap 147 and with no safety car, you would have said, keep dreaming, Sam, man. That wouldn't be the case. So it's been a real surprise, and that may be just something that they've tried. They may have tried to roll the dice as far as expecting a safety car, and it just hasn't played out.
Yeah, just something, maybe come down a little bit earlier, try and get the safety car, put one of those cars, TTR, in that position to get the win, and they most probably thought, look, we're not going to win it outright. We may as well try and put ourselves in the position to win it. If the safety car comes out in this window, we're good. And it just didn't work for them. But Rick Kuznetsov losing that spot to Ethan Warren makes up another position up in a P12. If he can get a top 10, I think he will salvage, but I think he's got a bit of time to gain to the next car. Having a look down, I think he's got a lot of time. Roughly 8 odd seconds to get Marcelo Rivera in front. Dylan Rod's there, and then Marcelo's a little bit further up the road in front of both of them. So I think he's got a little bit too much of time gain to close up, but fresh tyres with roughly 14 laps to go, he might be able to do it.
Yeah, never say never in this industry, do you? Just because you just don't know what's going to happen. I mean, who would have thought starting off round 1 that Madison Down would have missed due to a power blackout? You know what I mean? So you don't wish that on anyone, but that could happen to any one of these drivers in the field, or could happen to 5 of them in the field. You just don't know. So highly unlikely, but you just never know.
Could happen to me or you as well. So
you're on your own, Tiger.
Have fun. Never have. Hopefully, touching a little bit. Yeah, it's one of those things of what can and can be, and that happens in esports. You just got to manage your way to the end of this race. But just an interesting one for Warren. They tried to play that strategy card that hasn't worked out, unfortunate for them, and now they've got to try and make the most of a bad situation for them. But at the moment, the other Warren Dane is still out in front. Rosella second, Murray third, Gilliam fourth, with Corey Shepherd in fifth as we bring that up. Roughly 13 odd laps to go. The track is cooling off even more. It's only 24 degrees out there as the sun starts to set. 4:30 in sim time. Good little evening part of the race right now as these guys try and finish up what has been 2 hours and 50 minutes worth of racing that has not seen a stoppage yet.
Yeah, it's been incredible, hasn't it? And again, I said it before, it's a credit to everyone involved. No silly, stupid manoeuvres that have caused big carnage, and obviously I mean, turn one is turn one at every racetrack.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what racetrack we go to. Everyone, someone will go in just that little bit deep, and it's a concertina effect because there's so many cars just close together. But as this race has gone on, everyone's been very respectful. The driving's been good. It's been very fast, very clean, and you can't take too much away from anyone. Everyone's done a good job.
Yeah, that's right. Madison Down now closing in on Rick Kuznetsov. That 99 throwback livery to the whole racing team. It's done a good job for them right now. Currently sitting inside, just outside that top 10, inside the top 15, but here comes Madison Down. He's going to be wanting to get this position after his mistake earlier on. Looking for the drive. He got a good exit. Let's see if he goes down the inside in turn one. Got the draft. And this looks like it could be a position gain for Madison Down to the inside. Shows the nose alongside, and that'll be position done for Madison Down.
Oh, no, this is going to be... Oh, Madison was so lucky. How did he not get collected? The racing gods were looking down on Madison Down right then.
Oh, I think it was Bo Cubis in the Evolution Racing Team Commodore locked the rears on the inside. I think he was trying to let them all through. A lot of damage to the 96th Evolution Racing Team Commodore. Was trying to let them through down the inside and then just locked the rears. And Madison saw it. Madison saw it in the mirrors. He opened up. He did not hit anywhere near that apex to give up the race. And I think Rick Kuznetsov maybe got a little bit of damage from that as well. I know he tried to open it up, but that was sketchy.
I'd love a heart rate monitor on those couple of guys there because, man, that looked like that was going to be awful. So
that was big.
For them to all get away unscathed, I think, man, that was unreal. Far out.
One of those ones we get a replay from Luke. Bring that one up. So here's the move. Madison with a great exit off of the final corner. Going to go to the inside of Rick Kuznetsov, who knows his beat. He's going to roll out. As Cubis on the inside goes, I'm going to break deep. And he goes, I'm not going to make the corner.
Oh, you're joking. You are kidding. How close. There was nothing in it between. I want to see the gap between Down and, like, you're just a passenger. You're literally a passenger.
Wow, and Rick did a good job too to open up the steering at that point at the middle of the corner to just let Bo Cubis sort of slot back in and be like, okay, we'll survive that one. I'm not fighting you for position. Move through. Dane Warren has actually lapped Josh Anderson, who is now in team number 7. He's done a good job as well. I'm sure Anderson and Muggo will be happy with that evening ahead of them. But Warren, 10 laps to go. Not long left, 10 minutes odd on the clock, 10 or a bit, 10 give or take a little bit for Dana Warren now to finish off what has been a tremendous drive to send out by luck.
Yeah, and for this team, I mean, you come into a race like this and you think, right, what's our little checklist? It's like, let's get some good prep, let's get a good car, let's qualify on pole if we can. Yep, okay, did that. Right, let's get a good start. Yep, let's do that. Let's see if we can gap the field. Yep, let's do that. And let's see if we can win the race. No worries. Then they've done, we don't want to jinx them, but they're in a very good position to be able to do that at the moment. So it's amazing just how this race has gone for them. Unreal.
That they haven't. I just thought, oh no, Jordan Ross is going to send Scott Gamble into the dirt. We're going to have a safety car. He got finally close to the back of the ERT Commodore. I feel like we've seen a lot of ERT Commodores right now getting involved in stuff. We need to maybe not look at them further down, being the Logitech G cars all out there. Some with some good results, others not so much at the moment. But Jordan Ross still on the fight back, gain of 19 positions since that poor qualifying. He's trying to make it a gain of 20 right now to get past Scott Gamble in front of him, who's done a really good job himself to move himself up 7 positions to put themselves in the position. A poor exit from Jordan Ross all over the exit curve, and that's going to lose him any drive traction. But it looks like we've always said those SSR cars look quick in a straight line, and here it comes.
Yeah, look at this.
Fighting back. Look at that. Down the inside. He's going to be alongside him, maybe fast. Oh, he thought about it. He backed out, showed the nose to Scott Gamble, but that SSR cars, they have some straight line.
Ooh, didn't want to lock a break in front of that one there either. But yeah, absolutely. Got some awesome straight line speed. So he knows he can just take his time. He doesn't need to do anything silly because I think it's just a matter of moments as far as if he can just get a decent exit. And let's look here. Let's see how much gain he can make. Obviously on exit, the first car in front always gets that little bit, but then this straight line speed, just watch him suck up. This straight isn't as long as that back straight.
Look at the suck still though.
Yeah, it's still coming. Oh, no. So he'll think about it. He'll probably... Oh, someone going too deep. I reckon he'll probably set him up for that back straight. That's probably the best place.
Yeah, it's got some good drive. And that's actually, you got to think about it, Bathurst. Well, you have two long straights there. Obviously, Mountain Straight and Conrod Straight. Those two are so valuable in terms of position to set yourself up. Obviously, on the exit off of Hell Corner, down Mountain Straight, that's one of them. And set yourself up for turn 2 and then into the cutting for the run up the mountain. There's another look for Jordan Ross, not close enough this time, but definitely that back straight, down Conrod Straight, into the chase. If you have a very good straight line advantage car down that position, you can make some moves into the chase. That would look like a little bit of a rear brake lock from Scott Gamble. That could actually open up the door for Jordan Ross into the final section of the racetrack. Not going to get him this time, but like I was saying, it could be one of those things where they run definitely a little bit less wing if they can keep it over the top of the mountain. That's one thing they got to factor.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he may be close enough here. Yeah, he's definitely got the run here, so it was a good run out of that last turn. But yeah, that's what everyone will play with, especially like you said at Mount Panorama. At the end of the day, they'll play with that wing and see how much they can get away with, because that straight line is key, and that's definitely made things a lot easier for him. So he's got the position now, he can just be eyes forward.
Yeah, good job there from Jordan Ross. Capitalised on that straight line, got the job done, and moved himself up another position in the P18. But Gamble's done a good job as well for Evolution Racing Team to move themselves up another bunch of positions. 7 to go. Dane Warren still out in front, 27 seconds on the board, and there's not much more we can really say about these guys out in front. They've just faultlessly and have done what they needed to do and just manage what they can. They're in a good bit of clear area too. No lap cars, no one behind them. Obviously 27 seconds to the nearest position car. There's a couple of cars just behind him, Brendan Hobson, Josh Anderson. I think it's Luke Mitchinson as well. But right now, he's just going to manage himself so we have a good little blimp view of this beautiful racetrack that iRacing have recreated. And obviously new to the service, Sam Mann. And I think everyone has been very happy, very pleased with the way they've been able to manage this track.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, the news in the last few weeks that we've managed to get Pukekohe as part of the iRacing service too. So a big shout out to everyone involved and who got on with that petition and got that happening. Like, it's pretty good. It's sad when we lose some of these great racetracks. Obviously, we don't know what Sandown's future is. It's not clear, but we may have it for another year or two, but who knows. But, you know, thankfully we've got it in the iRacing service forever, a bit like Oran Park and stuff like that. So it's going to be good to have Pukekohe on board, and hopefully we can have that as part of our Logitech G Supercars Pro Invitational Series sometime soon in the future.
Yeah, that'll be a cool track to have. Pukekohe is always one, especially for years, I think. It's been one of those tracks. Obviously, we missed out on going to it a couple of years, obviously, with everything, with COVID and everything else going on. It was always hard to get back there. But when we were there, Pukekohe early on, those 2000s, Murphy was lit that place up like no one else. And obviously what happened this year with Shane, it was one of those things where it's just, it's a special moment, especially for any Kiwi to get that and bring it on the service. That's going to be cool, and I'm sure we can't wait to see that one, and hopefully sooner rather than later. But we know sometimes iRacing can say soon, and it could be a couple of years. So we will find out. Yeah, hashtag soon, the usual iRacing hashtag. But it will come, and I'm sure we all can't wait for that, and most probably anything else that we can get our hands on, especially for the Australian.
What about rain? I mean, you know, there's all talk about having weather conditions and rain. So we hear that that's not too far away. We don't really have a confirmed ETA on that again, but we've seen some releases as far as how much they've progressed so far with rain. So imagine that, having a Sandown 500. We've already seen in the history of Sandown how treacherous this race, the 500, can be when you throw rain into the equation. So imagine if we had something like that. Holy moly.
It would be 03 all over again. if we have rain here at Sandown, it'll be one of those races. I was only 8 or something when that happened, but I remember that race like the back of my head. Yeah, sorry about that.
Right.
I think I was. 95 to 03. Yeah, that sounds about right. But I remember that race. Obviously, it was a Team Dynamic car with obviously the Holden Racing Team car right down there at turn number 9 so long ago. But we now have that, and if we get rain, we can maybe have our own rendition of that in a couple of years' time. Can't wait for rain. I think that's going to be such an added change. And imagine Bathurst with rain.
That's when I say thank God I'm in the commentary box.
Yeah, that'll be me too. We'll be like, yeah, we're here. Have fun, guys. Go play in that. You don't want to play in that. That sounds like fun. Not. That'll be one of those ones where we avoid. But it's, yeah, I can't wait. Bathurst, I think, with rain and everything else. Even just the sprint racing with rain, I think it's just going to be another level of. Let's switch our heads to that. I think a lot of people haven't driven in rain. I think that's where those that have real world experience can come to the foray, because they know what a car is like, how they have to change their mind to drive a car in the wet weather. I think that would be a very cool achievement to see. Oh, we've got a car off the racetrack.
Ooh.
This could be a late safety car, but it would. Whoa.
I think with the amount of laps left, it's probably something
that's just going to
out of harm's way, I think.
Yeah, Kobe Jones can't move that car.
Yeah, I think it's out of way. I don't think that's something that should be a safety car at this stage. It's not with as many laps as we've got left.
Yeah, it's going to say green flag to the end of the race. So no safety car there. Going to say green flag, but there was a glimpse. There was a glimpse there, man. There was a glimpse.
Look, at the end of the day, that I think the officials did the right thing.
100%.
Way. There's no point. And look, these guys have done a great job. Dane Warren, Jared Filsell, we all sort of freaked out a little bit when the announcement was made, and we thought, well, look, everyone's got their work cut out for them, and they didn't disappoint. They've done everything right, haven't they? Like, to be in a point where they've got a 28 second margin now. They've really done everything right. There's not a mark on the car. And Jared's not in the car, so that just goes to show just how strong and how confident they were with Dane's speed. You know, obviously, usually whatever you strap him into, he's pretty quick regardless. So, it's great that they can rely on him so much to do the work, and they've really got the job done.
Yeah, he's done a good job. It's Ethan Warren now down the inside on Dylan Rudd. That is fourth position. This is the positions that we said if he has the speed, he can close in with 2 laps to go. He's made the move to get himself up past Dylan Rudd. Now he's next, sets his eyes on Marcelo Rivera to move himself back inside that top 10. I said it was 8 odd seconds. He's managed to close that down quite considerably to get himself into this position. Obviously the fresh tyres have helped. It's only a matter of time, but as he ran out the laps to be able to put himself back inside that top 10. Let's see the run down the hill. This will show how good of a tyre life he's got if he can lean on the car a little bit more through here as Dane Warren starts the final lap of the race. Look at the ground he makes up after braking. That is the tyre grip that he's got on board that TTR Commodore. And if he can set himself up, you might be able to get the job done and move himself back up into P number 10. Look at the drive. If he can get the exit here. Oh, he didn't manufacture a good exit that I think he would have wanted. He had a good middle part of the corner, but he has got the speed to get this one done. Will he have a look to the inside? He'll have better braking too. Oh, he backed out of it. It is white flag though, so we will be trying every last little bit as we move back to the race leader. And Sam, man, what a performance from these two.
Yeah, absolutely clinical. These guys did not put a foot wrong. They did everything right, qualified up front, and mate, you can't fault them one step of the way. A brilliant job between Dane and Jared. A whole credit to them and the whole Boost Mobile team. Really well done.
Yeah, can't credit them enough as Dane Warren and Ethan Warren will get that spot. But Dane Warren and Jared Filsell win the Sandown 500 for round 7 of the Logitech G Supercars Pro Invitational. Standout performance from those two. You can't go wrong with that. Led from the start, got the job done. A little bit of a bobble with a little bit of a slowdown from Filsell, but they will be ecstatic with that to come away with none other than that position. P number 2 from Luke Rosera and Forzan El Nabi. What a drive from those two to get the job done. And Cooper Murray and Brady Kosecki, they will round out the podium finishes here. The other Boost Mobile Commodore, another good drive, and a 1-2-3 for SSR once again. Out there, and Ethan Warren wasn't able to get Marcelo Rivera across the stripe, and that was where they finished in P10 and 11. So Rivera did a really good job to hold on to that position. But what a drive out in front as the last couple of cars come across the line. Gilliam in fourth, obviously another good drive from him. Corey Shepherd is going to round out P5, and there goes Brady Myers with the flash of the lights. They come home in P number 6, the last of the lead lap cars, but there he is. Dane Warren well deserved. He drove really well out in there. Obviously, the VRS Commander driver, he can drive. We know he can, and he showed that he can still do it in a V8 Supercar.
I reckon that's the hardest that car. All those tyres have worked all night. Those guys did it pretty easy, didn't they? So now it's just to enjoy it, soak it up, and yeah, they'll be pretty chuffed with that.
Oh, there's his teammate. Rosella, that could be the first damage that car gets all day. Bang, there she is.
But yeah, look, at the end of the day, they can now just let their hair down and enjoy it. So it was just dominating fashion, wasn't it? To win by nearly 30 seconds at a race that didn't have a safety car. Yes, I said that right. This race, 161 laps, did not have a safety car. Yeah, incredible stuff.
That it was, and there are our final results. Jared Filsell, Dane Warren, the SSR Boost Mobile Racing Commodore comes home with the win. There it is, the 1-2-3 for SSR. Luke Rosella bringing that car home with Forzen on RBP2, and then Cooper Murray bringing the car home for Brody Kostecki in P number 3. Then Andrew Gilliam for Pursuit Sim Racing bringing that car home in P number 4. 5th and 6th, the 2 TTR cars, Corey Shepherd, Jake Maloney, Brady Myers, who did a tremendous job as well with Emily Jones. Josh Anderson, Josh Muggleton coming home with in P number 7. I think they will be very happy with that position, especially considering everything else that went on in that race. But they did a tremendous drive. Then obviously Wayne Burke coming home with James Scott in that P number 8, with Anton Di Pasquale, Brad Newman in P9, and Marcelo Rivera rounding out top 10. He had a good drive with Robert Gibbs. They gained a lot of spots. The rest of the drivers on your screen as we will get ready to get into our post-race interviews, and none other than we will bring in our race leaders when we can grab them and bring them in. But what a drive, Phil, Sam, man, from everyone, especially Phil Sander. That was tremendous.
Yeah, I picked them at the start of the night. I thought they were going to be good. You know, obviously they look good on paper, and they were a force to be reckoned with regardless before we came into this event. So, but they proved that, you know, they obviously did their homework coming into this event, you know, did practice, and look, their car was very strong. They showed that in quali, and they didn't put a foot wrong the whole night. So a whole credit to them and the team. It was really good to watch. So, yeah, I don't think they're going to be too disappointed. I think they're going to be shocked that there was no safety car, as we all are. But at the end of the day, it was very clinical.
That it was. I think it was very clinical amongst them all. But here are our race winners for round 7 of Logitech G Supercar Pro Invitational. The Sandown 500 winners, Dane Warren, Jared Filsell. How does that feel, boys? Which one of you want to start? Dane, Jared? What a drive from both of you.
I'll let the main driver go.
Well, yeah, I mean, hell, it doesn't get much better than that. But 3 SSR cars all on the podium, and I think it's safe to say we had quite a bit of pace over the others this round, so yeah, just super happy with the result. Jared did a great job, of course, and yeah, I mean, the number speaks to it, well, tells the story, really.
Yeah, it definitely does. I think you guys had tremendous speed, and Dane in that second stint, while Jared was letting his hair down, having a break, it was just, you just drove away. Was that just something that you had? And we know Jared said that no one else was really putting a pace in except for Rosella behind, but you just showed the clinic in that second stint.
Yeah, well, it's kind of, I'm not going to say surprising, but I think with our car we can sort of afford to sort of push 90% the entire race and sort of be in a comfortable margin to the others. So that's probably what the first stint was, and the second stint I was probably getting a bit more comfortable with the car and wanted to see, I guess, what we could make the gap out to. But yeah, I mean, just hats off to the SSR guys. The car was insane this round, and yeah, couldn't be happier.
Mate, a huge credit to you, Dane, but Jared, you must be absolutely stoked to be able to have a co-driver that you can put in and know is going to do the job and do as well as he did, mate, makes your job incredibly easy, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, that's actually the first race I've not finished in an endurance V8 race. Normally I'm the one finishing the race, so it's good to sit back and let old mate do the business.
Are you shocked, though, like to go 161 laps around here without seeing a safety car? I mean, we kept talking about it, expecting it, waiting for it, hoping for it, but never came.
Yeah, well, I mean, we did the Phillip Island 500 in another V8 series, and that went safety car free as well. So, yeah, I think it's just a testament to every guy's and girl's skill level in this series. Like, back in a few years ago, you'd see a few lapses and a few shunts, but to go safety car free here, although there was a little bit of a shunt at the end there, it's a testament to everyone in this series and how well they're all driving.
Yeah, I definitely think it is a testament, like you said, to everyone in the field. And we know we've got pretty much some of the best supercar drivers out there, especially with you two out there. That was a tremendous drive. I'm going to show us, Sam, man, any questions you want to throw these guys before we let them rattle off all the sponsors?
No, it's more like, how does this prep now put you in stead for Bathurst? Obviously, that confidence now that you guys have got, the work that you did tonight, these races are never easy, but it looked easy. So obviously that's exciting to head into the mountain as far as your driver pairing. Yeah,
for sure. Bathurst is obviously a different kettle of fish altogether. Much longer race. I did have some success there not too long ago in another series. So yeah, hopefully we can go for a repeat there. We've definitely got a good setup underneath us to start with, but no doubt we'll press on and make it even better.
And you shout out, mate. Who you want to give a shout out to?
Luke Rosella for crashing into us.
You saw that?
Yeah, I mean, he'd said he's never done a burnout before, so I guess that's a good thing and a bad thing. Obviously, Boost Mobile, it's great to have such a big brand on the car and putting on a good show for everyone at home. As well as all the guys at SSR for putting in the hard yards this week. A few of us had some good fortunes on the podium, but a few of the other boys had some bad luck go their way early on. So it's a shame they couldn't end up higher up in the pecking order at the end there.
Yeah, definitely one of those races. I think there was a lot of people with showing speed, especially Berkey setting one of the fastest laps. I think he still held that fastest lap of the race near the end. So well done to you guys at SSR. Congratulations to yourself and Dane on what was a tremendous drive, and hopefully you can continue that in a couple of weeks at Bathurst.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep, cheers guys.
Thank you. That was our Sandown 500 winners here for the Logitech G Supercar Pro Invitational. Dane Warren, Jared Philsell, a clinic out there tonight. But we have second place with us, Luke Rosella and Forzan El Nabi. We'll first start with Luke. What a drive from you two to get yourselves up there. Obviously, a little bit further back, I think you would have wanted to finish behind Jared and Dane out in front, but you can't be too dishappy when you have three SSRs on the podium.
Yeah, that's bloody fantastic. That car is literally the best car I've ever driven in any sim on any track. It was fantastic. Forzan did amazing job. He was just fast all day. And yeah, just mega thanks to all the boys who put in all the time and effort in this week. We made a rocket ship, and we showed them who was boss out there. It was good.
Yeah, you guys definitely had the pace, and Forzan, how was that jumping on board? Obviously, you're the second guy coming into this one, but or the B driver, but me and Sam had said, there's no real B drivers out there. These are all technically main game guys, but it's been a while since I've seen you personally behind the wheel. How did that feel, getting aboard that car and showing what you could do again? Because that was a tremendous effort from yourself.
Yeah, no, thanks. It was pretty straightforward apart from the start, obviously. I kind of cooked that up. I didn't know where to brake for turn one, but apart from that, I had a good battle with Ethan in the first stint. And then apart from that, it was pretty much just quick sailing. And I had good second stint as well. And it was nice being the B driver for once. And Lukey, obviously he's the superstar nowadays, so it was good for him to bring it home, and he did amazing, and car was amazing, and it was 1, 2, 3 for the teams also really nice. So super stoked.
How about the races? I guess it caught everyone by surprise. No safety car. Did it hurt you guys as much? Does it wear you out as a driver because you hope for that little bit of a rest as far as a safety car?
I think it helped us, to be honest, going green the whole way. But like from an entertainment point of view, I think there probably needs to be random safety cars. But no, it didn't really hamper us. We got a good gap to the rest of the rest of the field from third place after the first stint. So yeah, it definitely helped us. But from an entertainment point of view, I think maybe needs to be random safety cars in the future.
And now I guess eyes forward to Bathurst, hey? You'd be pretty happy with, you said how good the car was at Sandown. You'd be hoping for much the same when you head to the mountain.
Yeah, completely different tracks to be honest, but I mean, yeah, if there's any form we can continue on to the Bathurst, this is certainly good for us. So yeah, can't wait. I'm sure Forzan will be just as fast as he was today at the mountain, so we'll see what we can do.
Yeah, definitely can't wait to get to the mountain. Sorry, Sam, and any other questions you want to ask the boys before we let them go?
No, not at all. I was just going to say well done, and it's looking forward to catching up with the mountain. But obviously, you'd have some thank yous you guys want to put out because it's an incredible effort by you and the whole team. Top, for first, second, third. That's a brilliant effort.
Yeah, so yeah, I want to thank all the boys throughout the week working on the setup. Of course, Wave Runner Performance Centre, Jacko Signs. They're all doing an amazing job. It's fantastic.
Yeah, thank you guys, and congratulations again on a tremendous drive for yourself and Forzan on coming home in P number 2. Might not be the P number 1, but to do 500 laps of that place, 500 miles of that place, or kilometres, whichever one it is. I'll get there one day. It's been a long evening. To come home with a podium, you should both be proud, so congratulations.
Thanks, boys.
Thank you. That was our second place finishers, and we'll move to the third place, the final of the SSR cars on the podium. Brody Kostecki, Cooper Murray, and tremendous drive from you guys, obviously pushing hard in that first stint, Brody, with your teammate Jared up there, and then obviously just missing the mark, bringing it home in third. But you guys should still be pretty happy with that. How do you feel?
Yeah, we had a pretty good race there. There wasn't really too much going on. All the SSR cars were really quick tonight, so the race was sort of pretty sort of spread it out, and Cooper did an awesome job. He's not a regular on the V8, so yeah, it was good to come home P3 and had a good run the first stint with Jared, and it was sort of pretty quiet on the comms, and I think he was pretty intimidated by my wheels, so it was a pretty good race, and it was good to come home third.
We won't mention the wheels at all. We didn't mention them at all during the broadcast at all. I don't know. They were definitely bright. They stood out. But Cooper, again, you obviously show your brilliances when you do jump in, whatever you do drop in. But that looked like a really good drive from you. And how did it feel jumping back in a V8 Supercar?
It always takes a bit of adapting to get used to it again. Nothing like most of the other GT3s and Porsches in iRacing, but I just had to keep it on the track. The SSR boys and Bush all made a really good setup this week, and it was just simple for me, keep it on the track and finish, and we come home P3, so it was pretty good.
Do you take anything away from this weekend, mate, when you get ready for Bathurst? Obviously, that little bit of seat time in these cars we spoke about in the commentary, as far as these are probably up there with some of the most trickiest cars to drive. But when you get thrown in the hot seat as such, I guess it's good now that you've got that seat time as you head to Mount Panorama.
Yeah, definitely. It was. Oh, sorry. It was good to do full stints in the car. So I know now going into Bathurst what I have to do to try to keep the tyres on it a bit easier, and I think I'll be a lot more prepared heading into Bathurst. It should be good.
And you, Brody?
Yeah, most definitely. So, we had a really good run in Bathurst, and the some of the races, the official iRacing races leading up to the Scops event, and we had a really good run there. So we know the car's really strong there as well. So it's it's looking like a really strong campaign for the enduro side of things for myself and Cooper. We'll just have to see how it plays out. But yeah, it was really good to have the whole team up there, and as well as Luke and Forzan there. Luke's been on the cusp of getting a really good result the last couple of rounds, and it was good to see him finally jump on the podium and get a P2.
Before we let you go, huge congratulations for the whole team. 1, 2, 3. That's a pretty mean feat with this series and the drivers that we've got. Before we let you say your thank yous, all the best. We obviously won't get a chance to talk to you before the big race at Mount Panorama for the real race at the 1000. So all the best there, Brody. But who do you want to thank before we let you go?
I'd just like to thank Cooper. It was pretty last minute, this sort of whole thing. So yeah, he stood up to the plate and did 161 laps with me. So yeah, it was quite a bit of fun. So yeah, just all the SSR guys, Jared and Dane as well, and those guys were hyper quick. So yeah, we need to do a bit more to probably catch them at Bathurst, and yeah, might have to take a penalty to beat them. We'll see.
We're going to always throw a penalty out there, I'm guessing. I love that. Well, we might just have to put out a random safety car. I think I mentioned it 10 times and the commentator's curse didn't work. So we'll have to try a little bit harder at Bathurst. But yeah, good luck, Brody, for next weekend at the big 1000. Good luck there, and hopefully you guys can have a really good showing there in real life. But congratulations on a mega drive here today to come away with third.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, mate.
Thank you. And that was our podium finishes here for round 7 of the Logitech G Supercars Pro Invitational. And Sam, man, what a way to end it. SSR 1, 2, 3, and no safety cars. I don't think it'll look like that heading into Bathurst, but it was a mega drive from it all.
Yeah, absolutely. We didn't see that one coming, but it's a credit to the field. Well done to everyone involved. SSR will be having a few drinks tonight. I think they'd be pretty chuffed with their result. 1, 2, 3 is, like I said, it's no meat and feet regardless. So well done to them. Enjoy it. Enjoy the time off, and then we'll see everyone at Mount Panorama. It's going to be an absolute cracker.
Yeah, I can't wait for Bath, and I can't wait to do it with you, Sam, man. Once again, thank you for joining me. Obviously a little bit under the weather, but you still carried me. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. So mega job from you, Sam, man. And again, Luke from Race Stars TV always does a mega job on the camera work and did it once again tonight. But that's it from everyone here at the Logitech G Supercars Pro Invitational, everyone behind the scenes as well. Mega job. And let's go. The Enduro season has started. First tick to SSR. They got the job done for the Sandown 500. Now we move to Bathurst, and we can't wait to join you there. Goodbye.